Alright, so greetings everyone, and once again we want to say well done thus far for the journey through. Now we are in duplex and we are wrapping it off. Okay, so now what I'm going to be doing here is if you are watching this right now, I guess you're already done with this particular sketch you can see on the screen, right? So if you're not done with this sketch, please, you will need this sketch to go further to the next stage of the class. All right, so now as you can see over here, we are having the ground floor. So I'm just going to name them. Okay, so I'm going to name them. So in this part we are having, we're having the ground floor. So this is your ground floor plan. Okay, so we are having the ground floor plan here. So this is my ground floor plan. So I'm just going to take this off, and then we are having the first floor plan as the other one, right? So I'm just sorry for that. I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to put it here, and then I'm going to just rename this to be my first floor, right? So this is my first floor plan. So basically we are going to be placing this in a separate AutoCAD file, and also we are going to be placing this in a separate AutoCAD file. So reason being that we are going to be exporting this separately into our AutoCAD. Okay, there are other ways we can actually do this. We can actually export both of them. Sorry, we are going to be exporting it into our SketchUp, and there are other ways you can achieve this. We can either export both of them into SketchUp directly, and then we are going to model them separately, then we are going to create the slab. Okay, or another way around. I believe that would be the best way. All right, so let's export both of them into SketchUp. Okay, so when we export both of them, we are going to model them separately, then we will take this first floor and place it on this ground floor. I guess you understand, right? And one thing to do that, you have to know the common points from this particular start. From this start, we are having the common point as well. This is a common point. That the staircase area is the common point that you are having in this particular building. Okay, so this staircase area. So note the staircase area. Then when you are done modeling this, then you place this one on this one. So that will be the best way to just resolve all of this. Okay, so now we are still going to be visiting here to make some correction, but the basic modeling that we need to do, let's go ahead and do the modeling, and let's effect it immediately. All right, so now let's head on quickly. So we are going to be exporting this right away, and first of all, what I will just do is I'm going to be creating another separate AutoCAD file for this. Okay, so just hit the plus button, right? Then when you hit the plus button, you have AutoCAD, then go back into this place, right? So I'm just going to hit my Ctrl C on my keyboard, then I'll go to my AutoCAD file. So I'll hit my Ctrl V, right? So I can zoom out to see what I want to paste. Okay, I can just put it here and then I zoom out. All right, so we are having these two beautiful people in this particular place. All right, so I'm just going to move this. Okay, I'm going to move this. So now this is what we are having over here. So the next thing is just to hit your Ctrl S to save. So where do I save this beautiful work? Okay, let me just save it under this particular place. Let's say we are saving it as let's say I think that's a 5-bedroom duplex, right? Duplex SketchUp course, right? So now 5-bedroom duplex SketchUp course, right? So I'm just going to save it like that. Oh, let me see, what are they saying? Okay, I believe we're cool. So I'm just going to save it like that. Okay, so I'm just going to exit this, then right away we head on into SketchUp. All right, so right about now we are going to be opening our SketchUp, and let's see. So we are working with SketchUp Pro 2021, right? So this is it over here. So we are going to open it. So let's put on a bit while it open. Okay. Let's just open a simple meter or millimeter. Let's go millimeter. All right. So I'm just going to open this. So I'm going to just maximize the view. All right. So we're having a lady over here. So I don't like seeing this lady. So I'll just take it off. All right. So you can leave it for your on your own end. That's based on your own discretion. Okay. So this is SketchUp. So you can easily, I believe, everyone's already used to the interface of SketchUp. So don't just jump into the last video. Ensure that you start from the beginning. Every single thing you need to be perfect and have a smooth ride through the classes has already been provided. So start from the beginning and take it step by step and submit all your work progress and also your assignments. All right. So now here we are. Here we are. So the first thing I'm going to be doing here is just to go to my file, and I'm going to be importing. So from my import, I will locate where I have that particular file we just saved, right? So I have it under this place, and we have it here. Okay. All right. So I'm just going to import it. So let's see. All right. So we're having it here. So these are the two files. These are the files that was. Yeah, let me see. What is it? Okay, this is just SketchUp, just doing some beautiful things for us. So now these are the two floors that we are having in that particular duplex, right? So the first thing you are going to check to work on this, I don't need to come I don't need to go through this again because I already said it before. Okay, but let's just repeat it. Let's recap. So the first thing you're going to do here is to check the scale. So by default, you have to ensure that you always check the scale. Okay, ensure that you always check the scale of what you are working with. So now to check the scale, normally from our AutoCAD, go back to AutoCAD. From our AutoCAD, if you check properly, what we are having over here is what? Go to your dimension, distance, you are having 225, right? So now head on to SketchUp and take measurement. Let's see if SketchUp will give us the same thing, right? So this is your measurement tool. So I'm going to pick this point, then move to this point, and let's see what was the measurement. Sorry, from this point to this point. Wow, 5.7 meters. Are you serious? That's quite huge. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to reduce the scale. Okay, so I'm going to reduce the scale to something that will give us an equivalent value for 225. All right, so how do we do that? It's just to reduce what we are having over here. But let me still check so I will know what I'm working with. We have 5715, 5715, 5715. Okay, so remember the formula where I'm going to divide it by where I want to be. So sorry, where I'm going to divide it by where I am right now. So where I am right now is what? 5715 millimeter. So where I want to be is 225 millimeter. So what I'm just going to do right now is I don't think we have a calculator in SketchUp. So let's go to AutoCAD and let's see. Sorry, let's open AutoCAD and let's use AutoCAD calculator. If you check properly, you see 5. Let's confirm, please. Let's confirm this. We are having 5715, right? So 5715, 5715 divided by 225. Oh, not that. 225. That's where I'm going to, which is 225 divided by where I am right now, which is 5715. So that will give us the value of our scaling factor 0.039. Wow, this is quite many. So I'm just going to copy it. All right. So I'm just going to copy. Let's see if you can get something this exact. All right. So now I'm going to go back into SketchUp and I'm going to click this particular floor plan. So I'll click it and come back to my scale. Okay, I'm going to go to scale and I will scale this. Click, and then this is it over here. If you want to scale, please take note of something. You go like this. You see this diagonal scaling, not this up and down, sideways. You are going to spoil everything you've done. The diagonal, all right, diagonal, you're reducing everything. So you check properly, look at this place. So I'm just going to scale. So if you check, you're going to see something there. So if I hit 0 point, let me undo. Okay, so let me go back and check. So I'll just click what I want. We're having 0.0394, 0.0394 or 0.03937. Okay, let's go with that. So I'm going to click again and go back to scale. 0.03937. I hope I get it right. Let's click enter. Wow. Let's go back, please. Let me confirm before we start. 0.039. Okay, good. Let's see. So from this end now, we're supposed to be getting something very nice, but let's see. All right. Confirmation, we do the best judgment. Oh, wow. Perfect. 2 to 5. You can see it over here. Look at this place. All right. So just check dimension 2 to 5. So you can see our scaling worked. So now the next thing you're going to do is we are going to be modeling this particular one separately. All right, so we'll model this one. I hope you understand what we are doing. Okay, we'll model this one separately, then model this one separately. Then we are going to just combine them together to make what we want to see. All right, so now okay, this is how we're going to go about it. So I'll just go to my floor plan. I'm just working as though you already understand every single tool you need. You want to understand how to use in SketchUp already. Okay, so no time to waste. So now we have our top view. So I'll go to my top view. This is my top view over here. So in this top view, I'm going to start sketching every single wall out. That's the first thing. So we're going to sketch the wall out first, then we erase the structure before we start doing our further detailing. Okay, so I'm going to erase this wall out now using my rectangular tool, which is one of the most important tools that you need here. So I'm just going to start. Please pay attention. All right, your attention is quite is needed. Okay, let me just do it like this. So I'm having that over there, so I have this here. So I'll just do it like this so that we will not have issues. So I have this one here, but this, okay, let me just leave it like that for the door. It's fine, but I would love to just, let's just leave it like that. Just create all the walls. So all the walls, good. So I'm just going to ensure that all my walls are brought were brought out. Okay, so this like this. Most of you supposed also be conversant with everything we are doing here. Okay, let me answer that. That's something that even this one too. But I just want to let me just go through all of them. You understand? So if I go through all of them, we can start creating the openings later. Okay, it's best to go through all of them. So don't leave spaces for doors. All right, but we are going to note where we have doors. We are going to note where we have doors. All right, so we can always visit the floor plan to place our doors, right? So it's fine. So now I will just go like this to this end, then to this end, then from this end to this end, then from why was that? Something is wrong here, so I'm just going to do that. Let me see. Let's see if we can connect it. Good. So from this point to this point, from this point to this point. Do you understand? Okay, we're going to be having issue here, so we can just stop it here. All right, so now This one, from this point to this point, is standing only. That's why it's showing a white wall. So I'm just going to take it downwards so there'll be connection. So all right. So now from this to this, so we'll have that blue line. So basically, this is just what you're seeing over here. As easy as that. Okay, it's quite very easy, but all you need is focus. All right, so just replicate everything. It's going to form that like slab. So I'm just going to stop it here. All right, so I think this is the last one, right? So this is the last wall that we are meant to bring out. Good. Oh no. Okay, fine. So there are different ways to just get what we want. All right, so now we are done sketching out everything, right? We are done sketching out everything. So the next thing we are going to do now is we want them to be intermingled, but this point is going to give an issue. Okay, well, don't worry, we know what to do. Okay, so now we want them to be one body. So how do we do that? This demarcation we are having over here is going to give us a very big problem. So you go to your erasing tool. So using our erasing tool, we are going to be erasing this line. All right, so we are going to be erasing all the lines. So this demarcation we are having over here. So once you remove this demarcation, the whole wall begin to act as one body. So I've moved. Oh, that's wrong. Sorry. So we covered that. So I'm just going to remove this. Remove this. Okay. Let me see. Oh, the floor plan is all gone. So I'm going to remove this one, erase this, and then come to this point, erase this also. Then we are having, I think we are having one here. But if we do that, we are taking the whole floor plan away. So I'm going to undo. And then I'm just going to try to, the whole floor plan will go. All right, fine. Just erase this. There's always a way around it. Erase this, and then we head on to the next juncture. So I'm going to erase this also, this line. So we check, check. We have this one here, so we are going to erase it. So good. So we come to this point, we erase this, we erase this. Yeah, good. So we come to this point, we are going to erase this. And then we have this one here. We have this one here. All right, so I believe we are done erasing every part. So this one. All right, so cool. So we are done erasing. So the next thing now is, from your own perspective, choose a particular DPC height that you are going to be using. Then choose a particular headroom for your ground floor that you are going to be using. I believe you're already used to these terms, these building terms. Okay, choose the DPC level, which means your damp proof cost. Okay, your damp proof cost level. The damp proof cost level will determine the number of staircase you're going to be having in the building. That's the entrance staircase, not the staircase in between the two floors. Just the staircase in between the normal ground level and DPC level. So the height of the DPC level is going to determine the staircase number. Okay, so now what else? So we are going to raise this up. So I'm going to take it to mine. I'm going to do it at, let's say, 3.6 from the DPC level. So my DPC will be around, let's say, 600. I want a very high staircase. Okay, so let's say 600, which if I divide 600 by 150, that will give me 4 risers. All right, so now I'm just going to raise this up to 4.2 because if you have 3.6 plus 0.6, that will give you 4.2. So using my push tool, I'm going to just come, select this, and I will raise all of them up. All right. As long as they are connected, you're free. They will all come up. Okay. So now, but there's something here actually. It would have been more beautiful to, because if we raise this up right now, we won't be able to see the windows again. Okay. We won't be able to see the windows again. So I would love us to do something. And what's that? Okay. I believe it would be nicer. Let's take them one, the walls, one after the other. All right. So I think we are just going to just do some sketch again. Okay, please. So let's take it one after the other. All right. So on Control Y. Let's see. Okay, good. So I'm just going to quickly take them again. So please, if you did not follow it before, please ensure that you see that I confirmed the scaling again. So if you did not follow before, please follow again. So we are going to take the walls one after the other, okay, so that we'll be able to just separate the windows. Good. So I'll come to this wall, just take them without the windows. So I'll take them without the windows, without the doors. Oh, I think that's separate, but it's fine. So I'll take this one. So I'll take them separately, just like this, without windows, without doors. So later we can start putting our doors and windows. Okay. So let's just put this one here. Might need it. Undo. So we'll surely need that one there. To come back to this point, let's not leave this one behind too. All right. So we have this one here, and then we have this here, and then we have this one here. We have this here, and then we have this here, and then we have this one here. We have this one. We have this one. We have this, 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 and this. Okay. So let's check. I think we have some that are left out. We have this one. We have this one. Okay. So close it up with this. All right. So basically, this is what we are having here. So I'm just going to raise everything independently. All right. So remember, we are working with what 4.2, right? So let's clean it up quickly and let's start modeling. That's giving them height. Okay. Right now it's just in our 2D view, so we'll have to give them height so they'll become 3D. Good. So we have this line going. Okay. Line is going. So we have this line going, this line going, this line going, and also this line going. So let's check. We have this one, two going, and we have another one here. Good. Okay, another one here. Good. All right, so I believe we are done, right? So we are going to take everything to the height of 4.2 meters. Okay, so this one is going for 4.2 meters. So I'm just going to rotate it. So I want to rotate it, we'll see it properly. All right, so this one is going 4.2 meters. So at this point, you can easily insert the height that you want. So we are having 4,200. So this is our first height, right? So others will now be easy. Why? Because you can just straight and then you track to this other height. Okay, so you click, then drag, track it to this height. All right, so same for this one. So you click, drag, track, okay, drag, then track. So same for this, click, drag, and track. So you track it to this height. All right, so I'm just going to rotate this. So everything will later be balanced when we are finishing up the model. Okay, track, balance, track, and okay. So click first. That's no longer there. Let's undo. Track, balance, track, balance, track, and balance. Go to track and balance. And let's leave this one first. Track, balance. Okay. So click this one. Track, balance. Click, track, and balance. Right. So now we are left with this wall, right? So just do this on the done. So track and then you balance it with this. All right, so you can see it. So this is what we are having. All right, so we are having this over here. Just everything we covered, everything. So it's quite very easy. If you went through project one, you understand what I'm talking about. It's very easy. Okay, so we have this here. All right, so now the next thing we are going to be doing here is I don't want us to cover this first. Okay, that's this window spacing. It's already open though, so there's no need of us being careful. It's already open. So the next thing we are going to do now is we are just going to erect walls to DPC level in this particular um window area. All right, so we are going to erect walls to DPC level, so including this one and also this one. So let's go back to our floor plan. So here we are in floor plan. So I'm just going to come to this point and I'm going to erect walls. That's why I said this one is quite not too important now, but let's just do that. So I'm just going to erect walls here. So I'm just going to erase this. So erase this line and erase this line. Good. Oh, I did erase the drawing totally. Okay. So I'm going to take that off. Let's see. Connection is no longer there. Undo. Undo. So I can click this, take it off. Click this, take it off. Is that okay? So good. So now we are having this here. So we are going to do the same for others. So this one we are having here right now is just for us, but I want us to be doing it. Yeah. Okay, let's just do everything. So I'll just put my little line here. Okay, so in this at this point too, so I'll put my little rectangle. So at this point too, put my rectangle. So at this point, I'm going to put my rectangle. So at this point also, put, oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so at this point, let's take it like this. It's tracking wrongly. Fine. Let's see. Okay. So look for a way around this one. I believe actually the same with this. Okay. Let's do others. Now we are done with others. So I'm just going to rotate this and then we have it here. Then we have this one here. We have this one here. Alright, so I believe we are done with the windows, but left with these two. Okay, so let's see what the problem is here. Don't worry, there are ways to resolve this. So it's just to get a rectangle. Alright, so I believe we'll start from here. So same with this, we'll get a rectangle here. So we can actually start from here and then let's push. Alright, so from this point, we're just going to rotate it. So I'm just going to push this one. So push it. And when we push it, it will align with this particular level. And then we'll come to this point and push it downward. Okay. So we are going to push it downward, but we are seeing minus. So we have 4.2 before, right? So I'm just going to push it. My DPC 600, so I'll take it to 3.6. So I can say minus 3600. So I click enter. Oh no. Then let's take it downward by 3600 and let's see. Enter. Okay, good. So the same for this. I can also just copy this, but let's do this here. So the same for this. I'm just okay. So I'm going to take it to this level. This level. Something. I think something is wrong here. So let me undo that. Okay, good. So nothing is, I'll take it to this level. Then at this point, I know something's wrong. Something is just not too right over here. Let me use this particular level. Okay, it's fine. So I'll just make it 600, 600, enter. And then you can just select it with right here. So I can just click and then select the whole of this. No problem. So I believe we are going to take this one off this surface. So I'm going to take this off, and then I will just draw it a bit closer to where we are going to. So it will be easier for us. Okay. So let's see for this angle. All right. So just for us to track it. So I believe most of you understand what tracking is, right? So you can actually just, instead of me just going through that stress of that, so I can just, if it's giving me issue like this, I can just track. Okay, so just hit your top key. For those who don't understand, please go back to the introduction. I didn't want to use it before, but I believe we are already advanced here. So go back to the introduction, how to use the tools in SketchUp. Please check properly and still just refresh your memory regarding this particular shortcut. So hit your top control on your keypad, and then you're going to have it stick to that particular area you want it to be. So I can just click here, and then it will be like others. All right, so now we're having this over here, so I can just push this to let's say 600, right? So 600, and then same for this. I'm just going to push this to 600. So quickly this 600. So we are going to just do it for everything we are having here. We are going to do it for everything we are having here. All right, so we have it over here, which is 600. Good. 600. Good. 600. We have it here. 600. All right, so the next thing we are going to do is we are just going to, okay, I think we still have more here, right? So we have this 600, right? So we have this 600. We have this one 600. Oh no, that's way too 600. Okay, so good. So you can see this is what we are having over here, right? Okay, we are left with one. So let's go back to our floor plan and let's do this one over here. So we have this particular one. Okay, so I'm just going to delete these particular lines as we did earlier in the other side. So I'll delete this one is for the, okay, delete that. That's for the drawing. Delete this. So we are going to be having our rectangle spanning to this point, and from this point span to this point, and we are going to be erasing this from here. Good. So now I'm just going to rotate, then I'm going to lift this up to 600. All right, so you can see we are having some other parts, which is this one, this one. We also have done even the inside. Okay, that's everything regarding the inside. We lift them up to 600. All right, so I believe we are going to do that. We're going to do it. So we have this one here. So let's do the internal part. So this is quite for the understanding of everyone. That's why we are doing this. Okay, there are methods that you can just use to just, okay, but for understanding the process is quite very important. Okay, so when you understand the process, you can find other shortcuts to do a lot of stuff. All right, so now we head back to the floor plan, and then I'm going to just let me see. All right, so let's hit our rectangle and then we lift this upward. So let's do it from this end. Good. So do this also. Let's check if it's a door. We're having a door here too. So do this also. Oh no, I'm just going to do it like that. Yeah, it's fine. So I'm going to just erase. That's for the wall. I'm going to take this one off, but it's going to affect others. Okay, so let's do this from another angle. So I'm just going to take it from this point, snap it to the horizontal, and put it here. You understand? So from this angle, I'll be able to get what I want, right? So I'll push this up to 600. Then so I'm going to push this down to this point. Then adjust this to this point. We undo. We're having two walls here, two surface. So I'll just click this, delete one, and then make sure that we are having just one. You see? Yes, take this off. Yes. Okay. So now what I'll just do is let's see if this is going to stop all of this. So I'm just going to group this particular file we have in over here. So let me just group them so that the lines wouldn't be intersecting. All right, so just right click and then we'll make a group out of it. So go back into our work. So let's see. I don't want the lines to be intersecting each other again, but let's see if that will work. Okay, we good. So we have that working for us. So just take note of the method I used. Just group them. Once you group them, it will not intersect again. I was meant to group everything when I'm done, okay? But since it's giving us an issue now, just group them from this particular stage where we have. All right, so now from this point also, we're going to be having one from this point to this point, but let's take it like this. Good. So from this point, we're going to be having one like this. It's like that will be 225, 900 space 225. Enter. Okay, 900 comma 25. Okay, so we have this here. I think this one's around 1.2. So we have in 1200. Then we have comma 225. Enter. So which other parts? We also have, do we have a door here? This is the other place we have a door. So we have this one here, which is 900. I believe it's 225 by, let's see. Here, 225 by 900, right? 225 is going towards the negative direction. It's fine. 900, enter. So we have this one here. We're having 900, comma, 225, enter. We have this one here. So this to 900, but it's giving us direct link. So let's say this particular door here, 750. This door here, oh, 750, 750, 750, comma, 25. So these are sitting, and then we are having this over here. On this point, we are having, okay, this is a general opening. Okay, so we just lift everything up, so where we want it to be. Okay, so to this point, and then this one to this point. All right, so this aligning with this, aligning with this aligning with this, rotate this, aligning with this, aligning with this, aligning with this. So we're going to be having another one here. So this is going to be 900, comma, 225, enter. So we're just going to push this upward to this point, push. Then we have this, okay. So basically we are good to go for the ground floor. All right, so it's remaining our slab. Remember, they are whole group, right? So what I will do again right now is I will just still group them. So once I group them, I can easily say my slab, make a group. So they are whole group. So I can go back to my floor plan without having any issue at all. I'm going to place my slab on this particular place. Okay, so that's your DPC slab. All right, remember we have 600 height here. Let me use my line. Remember, our line is what formed the rectangle, so I'm going to use my line to form what I need. Good. So All right, so just as wanted, so we have our slab like that. So just draw it the way it was drawn. So just a little high to go to ground. Let's say 10 mm for ties. All right, so basically you can see good. So right now this is for the this is for our ground floor. So oh no, we already lost that of our first floor, but it's fine. Just for us to export it back into our drawing, and then we go with our scale, right? 0. Think we just rescale it and do everything. Okay, so that's that for our ground floor. So what I want you guys to do right now is replicate this and then submit your work progress. All right, so see you guys in the next class where we're going to talk about the first floor. All right. All right, so now we are done modeling that of the ground floor, right? So let's model the one for the first floor. So the same way, but the first aspect we are going to treat in this particular floor is the floor aspect, like the slab. Okay, so I'm just going to zoom in and check. We are having our staircase area here. So the common area is our staircase area. So I'm trying to locate the best point that we can use to place this. So we're having this point here, which is this point we are having over here, right? That's this point. So this point here is the same as this point here. All right, so I'm just going to use that point to place it. So let's zoom in proper. Or instead, we can use this point to place it. Okay, so that's for the staircase. We can use this particular point to place it. All right, or we can use this particular edge. Perfect. This edge will give us the perfect and the perfection that we need. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use my line tool. So using my line tool, I will just draw line all around. Okay, so I'm going to draw the line all around, bringing out the slab perimeter. So once I have the slab perimeter, then we will just place our slab on the ground floor we already did. Okay, so this is it like this, and then like this. So we have our slab. So it's just to click and then you right click, make a group. Okay, so you click and then you make a group out of it. So we're having a group right now. So I'm just going to move this and place on top this. Okay, so zoom, and then I'm going to put it here. All right, so this is it. I'm just going to place it here. Okay, so this is our slab. So I'm just going to use my push tool and do some little adjustments. So I'm going to click this and then I will explode, and then using my push tool I can push to 150. Good. So now we are having our slab here. So all other adjustments will still be done. Okay, so I believe you can see it's opening over here. We'll put our beams like the window opening. We'll adjust every single aspect. So this is how you go ahead to place your slab. So putting it like this, you see that every cantilever will be seen. Okay, all cantilever will be seen. Let's check properly. Remember that this place is void, so no matter what is a common point too. So that's even the best common point that we should have used. All right, that's the best common point to use. Okay, so now here is it. This point. Let's check properly. Okay, good. So now this is our slab. So what I'm going to do right now is to come to this point, and then I will we are going to draw all the walls, not the windows, all the walls out. So let's go ahead and do that. So before we do that, let me just Control S. Let me let you guys know something, that one thing about this software is garbage in, garbage out. Whatever you put in is what they will give you. So the tools are provided for you to make good use of them to bring out something good. All right, so what you garbage into the tools is what the tools will garbage out to you as a result. So take note. All right, so now there are different approach to this, there are different methods to this. All right, so you can see another method tomorrow. Just be open to method, easier method, shortcut. there are easier methods to this. Okay, so in case you see one tomorrow, just embrace it. But for now, for the sake of process, please let's go with this. All right, so now for those that might be asking, what I mean by easier method is there are different methods that you can actually go out actually do this. All right, so there are different ways different persons we actually combine the tools that SketchUp provides to bring out something beautiful. So you might even come up with a better way to do it. All right, so just go ahead and explore and think about other ways to do it, or you can just choose the way I'm doing it. Okay, so now I'm just going to go like this, and we have this floor, so I'm just going to place this here, and I'm going to place this here. So we have this long wall. Oh no, that's wrong. So I'm going to place this long wall here. Then we have this one. And then we have this one. Remember, I'm working on the first floor now. So we have this one. We have this one. And then we have this one. Okay. So we have this, this. So we have this one. And then we have this. We have this. And then we have this. Okay, this. I think the first floor has more walls than the ground floor, obviously. So we have this one, and then zoom properly so I don't pick the wrong point. So we also have this one. We have this, and then we have this. Okay, so let's not leave this one behind. We have this, and then we have this. Oh no, so we have this one. We have from this point to this point to this point, right? So this should not be left behind. So we have this, and then I think the last, right, but not the least. Okay, we have one here. Good. So here we have, so we just use our erase tool, and then we erase, and then we just lift, and then I'm going to just place it directly on this particular floor we are having here. So watch me properly. So now if you check, we are having okay, so let's erase all of this. So I'm going to erase this from my work. So I'm going to erase this. I'm going to erase this. So erase this one. Erase this one. Erase this one. So I'm going to erase this. Erase this. So I'm going to erase this. Alright, I think we are done, right? So the next question that should come to your mind is, what will be the headroom for this for this first floor? So the headroom for this, I'm still going to use 3.6 as the headroom, or we can also use 3 meters as the headroom. Okay, let's use 3 meters. All right, 3 meters will be okay. It's very nice. So I'm just going to push this upward to a height of 3 meters. So you can see it's quite free to move up and down. So you just insert the height that you want, 3 meter. So you drag this upward and then you drag and then you track it, drag and you track to this level. So you drag this, you track, drag and track. All right, drag and then you track. Drag upward and then you track, drag and track. Oh, I think we left this and that's the effect of. All right, so drag this and you track, drag and track. You drag upward, you track this, you track this, you track this, and then you track this, you track this. Good. So right, this is where we are. So we are having 3 meters. So all we need to do right now is just to group this. So we're going to group this and then make a group. So we're going to move this from the bottom, please. From this bottom, and then you place it at this point. All right, so let's see what it gives us. Oh, it's way above. So I'm just going to go to a view whereby I can see the points to place it. Good. Do you understand? So here we are. There's the structure that we have over here. So our structure is coming out bit by bit. So please, just what we're having underneath, we can as well just do away with this right now. Right, we can do away with this. That's why we are having this over here. So I can just move it to one place, and later if I want it again, I can bring it back. So I can put it here. Okay, so I can see the structure proper. So you see it. That's what we're having. This is what we're having over here. All right. So I believe this is grouped. Okay, nice. So what I will do right now is I can as well create my floor, just a floor on the ground. So all right. So now good. So this is what we have right now. So please replicate the ground floor. When you're done, submit your work progress. Replicate what we're having here on the first floor also. Then we can continue modeling. This is called modeling. Okay. So next class we are going to put in our windows, model the beams and also the lintels. Sorry, model the lintels and put our windows and the beams where necessary in the building. Okay. All right, so greetings everyone and welcome to today's class. So in today's class, we are going to continue our modeling in SketchUp. So we are actually modeling a duplex, right? So now this is where we are. So we are going to finish our model and then we'll go ahead with inserting our windows. All right. So this is 3 bedroom. Okay. All right. So now we are just going to start from here. All right. So we are going to raise the walls upward to a particular height. Remember, we are having what dimension from this place to this place. So let's check. We are having from here to here, we are having 3.6 meters. All right. But I want a window of let's say we are working with a window of 1.5 by let's check this place and see. We are having 1 meter. Okay, so we are having roughly, we are having 1 meter by, let's say, 1.8. Okay, so that's the window we are working with. So since that window we are working with, we have to ensure that we are having equal height from this particular part. Okay, we're having equal height from this part. So if I want to give an equal height, I'm going to be using my 2.1 minus 3.6. Okay, that'll be my equal height. I'm going to be using 2.1 minus 3.6. Reason being that so I can have equal door level. Don't worry, you see it as we go. Okay, so I'll come to this place and then I'm going to my rectangle tool. I'm just okay. So we have this. Okay, that's okay. So we have this already here. So with my push tool, I can now, okay, so we can now push this. So let's say that's 3.6 minus, so we are pushing by 1.5. Okay, so I'm just going to insert 1500 on my keyboard and click enter. All right, so we have this already here, right? So let's check something. Okay, so we are cool. So we have this already here. So you can choose to erase this. Oh, let's not do that. Let's see. Okay. So we have this one already. Yeah. All right. So come to this point and then we draw a rectangle likewise. So we draw a rectangle and then using our push tool, push this one to let's say 1500, enter. Right. So same for this. So also with this, we are going to pushing this likewise. Undo. Okay. So I think something is actually not too good here, but there's a way we are going to go about it. So that's why we are having this issue here. So what we are going to do right now is we are going to ungroup this. Okay, so we're going to just explode it. So once we explode it, all right, so once we explode this, we'll be able to do our maneuvering around it. So we can easily delete this now and then take this off. Okay, and also with this and this and this. All right, with this and this. Okay, so good. So now I'm going to be pulling order. So because we've uploaded, so we have this one to pull, right? So we have this one to pull. So from this point, we are having, remember our target is what? Our target is, we are targeting 1.8, right, for the height. So basically now, we took 1.5 from 3.6, which will give us 2.1 as the remaining. So if we have 2.1, to get 1.8, we have to take 0.3, which is 300. So we're going to take it by 300 upward. So this space remaining now is now 1.8. So I'll do likewise for this 300. Okay. So I'll just insert 300, enter. Good. So we can just easily clean this and this. The same for this. Undo. Let's see. Okay. Let's clean this one. Okay. So we can clean this one, clean this one. All right. So go to select. Just delete. Let's see. Okay. Something is wrong here. Okay. Okay, so now let's just go ahead and place others quickly. So we have this one here, we have this one here, we have, oh no, that's why most times it's good to actually just group your work. Okay, so once you group your work, you will not be having this disruption when you are doing anything, right? So that's fine. What I'll do here now is I'll try to group my slab, or I can just group only the ground floor first. All right, so I'll group all of them first, so I can have um a very easy and feasible extension of our walls. So I'll extend all these ones first before I open it up again. So I'm going to group it now. uh, I just select explode or hide or make a group. So I've made a group already, so we can easily walk around this place. All right, so I'm going to click this and then drop it here, and I'm going to use my push tool to bring it down 1500, enter. So the same for this. You can just quickly do all of them all around. All right, so we can do all of this all around. Okay, so we can do this. Okay, there's something here. Let's take it from here to this point. Let's take it from here to, okay, it's fine. Just use this point, so I can use my space key to actually get what I want. Sorry, not space key. I can use my control key. That's the upward movement, downward movement, so I can just get what I want there. So let me try pushing it so that, okay. So we have 1500, and the same for this 1500. All right, so you can see it. So we also have another one here, right? Then we have 1500, enter. You can see them, right? So we have another one here. So I'm going to just take from this point to this point, and then we push. So 1500, enter. Okay. So let's resolve, let's just clean this part up before we go ahead with others. Undo. All right. So let me check. Undo. So let's just finish everything first, then we can group and then clean up. Okay. So from this point, we have we have this, we have this, we have this. All right, so we have to do for others. Okay, so we have to just control S to save your work so I don't lose it. Okay, so we have to do for others. I'm just going to look. Okay, we have very good spots here to trace. Okay, good. So let's check this point. We have another one here, right? All right, so just going to rotate this, and then I'm going to snap it at that point. Good, 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 good. So we have the last one, I think, but not the least. Another one. So let's start pulling them down. I'm just going to rotate this by 1500. All right. So pull them down. So we have this one here. Remember, this is based on your discretion. Okay. You don't have to follow what I'm doing. You can do something else. Creativity can be so beautiful when it is diverse. All right. So we have 1500. When you have variety of options, you have variety of creative ideas. All right. So it's beautiful. So you can come up with something very, very good, even better than mine. So 1500. Okay, so we have this 1500, enter. We have this one 1500, enter. All right, so cool. So I think this is nice, right? So now we are just going to remember we group this, right? We group this. So we are going to ungroup it now and then clean up the ground floor. Okay, so just click and then you explode. All right, so we are good to go. So I'm just going to start cleaning up. So we have this point, this point, this point, and this point. We rotate, just clean, 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 clean them up. So you just click and drag around. So you clean, click, drag. So we have this click and drag around. Oh no, click and drag around. Good. So I'm just going to click and then drag around. Good. Okay, okay. So I'm going to click this, drag around. Oh, that's a no-go area. So we have this one here. All right, so I'm just going to clean this. Also clean this. Okay. So now the ones that we've not pulled up, let's pull them up. So I think we've already done this one. So let's we've not done this side. Let me check. Okay, so we've not done this part. Let's pull this part up. All right. So with this now, I'm just going to take let's say 300 upward. So oh no, 300 upward. Oh, I think something is wrong here. Okay, yeah, that was right now. 300. Let me check. Hold on. Yeah, something is wrong from this point. So 300. Enter. Just snap as usual. So instead of us stressing ourselves inserting 300, you can just snap. So we just drag and snap at this point. So we drag from here, and then we can just easily snap. Okay, nope. Drag upward, then we snap at this point. So we drag this one upward, then we snap at this point. So this one is 300 upward. Let's make this our reference, and then we drag others referencing to this point. Then we drag this one to reference to this point. Okay. So think that is that. So we have these long ones, which is they are windows, okay? They are just windows. So I'm just going to try to modify those smaller windows for a toilet. So let's rotate properly. We have this one here. Let's quickly do this, do some justice to this one. So we have this. Oh no, we have to group everything to get that done. So let's group our work, make a group out of it, and then we get this done quickly. Right, so get this done, and then we push this downward by 1.5. Remember, at 1500, enter. Okay, so then we can just ungroup. So we can ungroup this or just explode it. Okay, so now we can just erase this point, erase, erase, and then we are going to pull this one in alignment to this. Good. So now for the windows, we are going to be working with a window of 600 by 750. Okay, so 600 in width and 750 in height. All right, so we are having 1.8 already here. Okay, let's work with the window of 750, 600 by. Let's measure this one on ground. What are we having here? This is 600. Okay, let's do 600 by 900. All right, that will give enough ventilation. So let me check self. Let me see this one. Okay. So let's do 600 by 900. All right. So that means I'm taking 900 from 1.8, right? So we're having 1.8 here already. So I will take 900 from 1.8. So let's do that quickly. So I'm going to take 900 from 1.8. So we have 900 here. Enter. So come to this point, 900 here. Okay, so we rotate. Is there any other point again that we need to place that? Okay, so we are good to go. All right, so now earlier on in this course, we actually talk about our 3D warehouse and our extension warehouse, right? So please, if you have not gone through that, you can't just jump to this place, okay? But try to understand what we've done previously. We've done a whole lot previously. This is just a finish up to what we've done for a very long time. So now, um, if you check properly, well, I don't want to be having, I would have used my extension here to create a window, okay? But there's something I don't want to be having, let's say we are having, let me use, okay? Okay, so I think let's not do this, all right? Let me just exit and it's fine. So now I want to just make use of this. So I'm going to just take all of this off, but I want to know the location. That's one other thing. I would love to know the location of these windows. Okay, so I would love to know the location of these windows. So what I'm going to do right now is I will know the location. I will cover them all up. Okay, let's do a sample. All right, I'll just cover them all up. So that won't give me location. Okay, let's see if we can use another format to actually get what we want to do. So now I want something like this. Okay, so I'm just going to use something like this from this point by 1 meter. Good. From this point, I'm going to drag by 1 meter. Enter. Drag by 1 meter. Okay, so we're having this one here. You can see how easy this is, right? But there's something here. There's something here. I wanted us to go through. Uh, Let me see if we can move this and then we'll place it here. Okay, so if that can be done, then we are cool, right? So we are going to just do it like that and just take this particular open off. All right, so you can see it. So either ways, we achieved it, right? So with this opening now, we have where we want to place our window. So you can place on the wall and then you just copy and paste. Look at it. Let me do undo and then do it again. Look at it. We already have the opening for the wall. The reason for the opening is because I want to know the location I'm placing my windows. Okay, not just anyhow. So now you just placed this one over here. I'm going to delete it. Now I'm going to just take them all off and then we start all over again. Let me explain proper. So now look at this. This is our way, this is our extension. All right, this is our extension. This is going to be sent to you as a resource file. All right, it's going to be sent to you as a resource file, but I've already taught you guys where to get it from in case you don't like the one I'm using. Okay, so you can go for something else. So now this is my window here, right? So I inserted okay, we have for the height, we are having window height 1.8. Then the floor, that's the window width, we are having 1 meters, right? For the window width. So we click draw. Okay, so I'm just going to click the first point here and then I can insert 1000. But yeah, so that's that. So now we already have this, right? So you just to click this and then we move to this point we are having here. Okay, so it's quite as easy as that. So the opening that was created due to the automatic placement, we can just take them all off. Okay, we can take them all off, right? Oh, sorry for that. So we can take all of them off. Okay, so now we already have this. So I'm just going to copy. Uh, I'm going to copy, click, and then click move. Hold your control key, then copy, you paste here. All right, so you can see it as easy as that, right? So we can click copy, sorry, click copy, and then you place here. Okay, I think we did something wrong here. I think we have to just, all right, so I think it's back. So something was done wrong here, so I have to delete this carefully. Let me just select the line one after the other and delete them. Delete. Okay. So select and delete. Only the line. Good. So let me copy this now. So I'm going to just copy this and place one here. Then I'll copy this from this point and I'll place it here. Okay, so you can see that our work is coming to life, right? So this is it. So I'm also going to put another one on this point. So I can go back into my, so click draw, and then I'll pick my first point. I'll pick it here, then drag to this point, then click enter. Okay, so I can click and then I will move, holding my control key, just put it here. All right, so this one here is going to go out. Okay, this is going to go out, so I can just select this point. Let me just use erase. Sometimes, okay, all right, so we have that one there. So we can as well still rotate. Okay, so you're not actually restricted to only one option, so you can rotate. So I'm going to use this, and hold on, I'm going to use this, but it has to be here. Okay, since it's not looking feasible, so I will, for this particular direction, i'll bring I'll bring this one to this point. Good. Then I'll bring it here. So still on move, hold your control to copy. So I can now, my control, paste this one here, move. Okay, that's not possible there. Holding my control, holding my control, I'll pull this one here. Okay, so let's bring one to this place. So I have one here already, right? So I can pick this one and then move, holding my control, I'll pick it. But right now, let me just say the format. Look at this over here now. I will have to place it. But if I want to place it, if I place it at this point like this, you're going to be having a lot of extrusion. So I'll place it so that the width of the wall can be actualized. Okay, that's the way we'll go about it. So I can now copy this to this point and paste. Same for this, I can copy this to this point and paste. Same for this, copy and you paste. Oh, something is going wrong. So I can paste this here. All right, so now we have to place that of the toilet. Okay, so we have to place that of the toilet. So I can come to this place. I want one bay. This is a two bay window now. That's one bay. That's one, two bays. So I want a window of one bay, so I can go to another type of window. This one. So but this one, remember our toilet is 900 in height by 600, right? So I can click draw. So I can draw at this point. Then we have 600, right? 600 and okay, good. So this is it here. I think we've not adjusted this toilet. Okay, let's quickly adjust. Okay, I think we did earlier before, but let's just do it again. So we have 900 here. Enter. And also we have 900 here. Enter. So I see something just now. So there's no window here. So let's replace that. So I will just click move and then I'll put this one here. Okay. So same for this. I'll click it, move, and then I'm going to put this here. Yeah. So I'm just going to take this off and then using my erase tool, I'm just going to, no. Let's not do that. Okay. Just going to erase this. And then we have another one here, right? So I can go back to my window and just click draw. I can just draw it somewhere around here. Pick a point, 600. Okay. So I can just easily move this, control down to copy. Good. So I can take this off, delete. All right. So just to erase. So now we have this particular window type in both direction. Okay. So we are good to go. All right, for the ground floor. So let's also insert the doors. So for the doors, let's do the same. Let's use the same format for the doors. So let's use our merge door. Okay, so we have different type of door here. So you can go with anyone that you want to go with. Okay, so you can choose anyone you want to go with. All right. Okay. So now we are going to be placing our door. So we can go with any type of door that we want to go with. But let me check. For this particular part of the house, let's exit this first. Okay, this is the entrance, and this is yeah, this is the laundry, and this one is the kitchen. So I'm going to hide this first. This is the ground floor. This is the entrance, empty room. So these are laundry. Okay, yeah. So this is the laundry. Okay, so I was just trying to confirm that. Okay, so good to go. So let's insert our door. So for the particular door here, I'm going to use a different door, but let's insert that of our entrance door first. So what we are having here right now, I think we are actually going to just insert the entrance door. So I'm just going to push this wall. So I'm going to push this wall, then in alignment with this wall. Okay. So I can come back to my extension and then my door. So I'm going to insert this. Oh, let's explore, but you can explore, okay? You can explore very well. Okay, so you can explore very well. So door height 300 to 3000. For my door height, I'm going to use in 2400. Then for the floor gap, for the floor gap, I'm going to be using 1200. Okay, so I can just click okay. Okay, I think that one you have to pay for it, but let's see if you can go with 2100. All right, so let's go with 2100, and that's that. So let's draw down. Okay, so from clicking from this point, okay, this point, start 1200, enter, escape. We draw it like this 1200, enter. Okay, so that's our dot there, but the height is way, way, way outrageous. So this point, we should undo that. Let's try to insert the door again. Okay, this floor gap, let's not use 1.2 again. Let's say for instance we put 0 because I'm seeing something here now. Let's draw. Okay, so it's now on the floor. So let's say 1200, enter. All right, so now let's insert this door. Okay, let's try it this way, proper. So let's draw. So I'm just going to try to insert it. Let's say 1200, then enter. Okay, which one did we insert just now? Let's go back. Let's do withdraw 1200, enter. So let's try to move this. Okay, so good. So now what I'm going to do right now is, since I already know that the height of my door is 2.1, right? So I'll come to this place, then bring out a little my rectangle. So my rectangle is going to be like this. So now we are having 1200, then comma, it's a comma, then we are having 0 point, let's say 225. So you click enter. All right, so that's it there. So I'm just going to pull this one, pull it downward to, we're having 2.1. So that means that to track and place, we have this one there. And then, no, that's wrong. Let's pull again. So we have 2.1, right? 2100, enter. Okay. It's supposed to be at this point. Hold on. There's a mistake somewhere. There's a mistake somewhere. So I'm going to undo and pull again. That's 2.1 minus 3.6. That would be 1.5. Sorry. So 1500, enter. Okay. So I'm just gonna take this door and then move and place it here. Good. So I think we are cool now. Okay. So now I'm just going to pull this point to be in alignment with the door. All right. So we're good to go. So now I'm just going to erase this. Okay. So I'm also going to erase that actually. All right. So let it down like that. When we are rendering, all these lines they will leave totally. Okay. So we have this one here. We're looking at the space that we have. We're having a door of. Let's look for a very good door to place at that place. Yeah. Let's undo that. So 900, 900. Okay. So now we are having this here. So I'm just going to move this and put it here. All right. So I'm going to repeat the process. So we have 900 here also. 900. Yeah. So I'm going to place it here. And then with 900, I have that there. So I'm going to move this to this point. Good. So what we are having here right now is just for us to erase this and then go ahead to erase this. Same for this, erase this, then go ahead to erase this. Okay, so I think that's that. So we are good to go. So now let's talk about the first floor. So the first floor is just the same format, all right, just the same way, just the same way. So let's deal with the window first. All right, so greetings everyone, and welcome to today's class. So, in continuation, so let's recreate the same windows we are having on the ground floor. The same window we are having on the ground floor at the first floor. Okay, so first of all, we are going to put the seal height. All right, that's the first thing we are going to do. But let's take our measurement and confirm what we are having there. So we are having approximately 3 meters. So that means we are going to be having. So what about the windows? What are the dimensions? So we are having 1.8 meters by 1 meters. Okay. So that simply means that we'll be having 600 from the top and 600 from beneath. That's approximately 1.2. Then we'll be left with 1.8. So let's quickly do that. Okay. So I'm just going to go to my rectangle tool and then adjust my plan to be able to see what I'm working on. All right, so I don't expect you guys to actually waste time here. So I'm just going to rotate, and then I'm going to draw this. All right, so here we are. So I'm going to just draw this loop all around at first. Okay, so basically, I think we should see something here. And what was this thick line? Okay, I'll look into that. Then we are having this. All right, so we are done. So the next thing I'm just going to do is to pull. So we are going to just pull them above to that 600. So you just to look over here where you have your insertion. Look at it here. So we're just going to insert 600 and enter. So while doing others, it's just for us to track to this point. Okay. So we're just going to track to this point. It's just as easy as that. All right. So escape. Okay. So we're going to track it to this point. Another one here, we track to this point. I think the other ones, they are going to go even higher. They are going to go even higher. That's for the toilet windows. They are going to go even higher than this. I think they are 750, so that's making 1.8 750. So they are going to have okay, okay. We'll come back there. So let's just track everything to this point. Okay, so we have this here. We track to this point, and then we track to this point, and then we are going to track to this point. All right, we track this to this point, rotate, track, rotate, track, pull, drag, then pull the last one and just drag. Okay, so the next thing we are going to do is we are going to start erasing them. I don't have to be, oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay, that's fine. Something is wrong here. And what's actually wrong is that this element, they are actually grouped, so we can just quickly explode it. Okay, so when we explode it, we'll be having this, it will become editable. All right, so just for us to clean all of this. Okay, and just clean them up. So, oh no, that's not my intention. All right, so just for us to clean them all around. Okay, so you can choose not to do this. It will not affect your rendering. All right, it won't, but it's quite important that we do this. Okay, the more clean your work is, the more inspiration you have to design more. All right, so now let's do that of the top. Okay, let's quickly do that of the top. So I'm just going to do one of them quickly. Okay, so I'm just going to do one of them quickly, but something is going wrong here, so we'll still have to group. Okay, perfect. We'll just group everything the way we did it before, so I don't have any anomaly sketch coming out. So now I'm just going to group this again. Go to make a group. All right, so they are now group. So now I can draw on this and not having any such anomaly popping up anymore. All right, so you can see that. So it's just for me to do this all around, and then we are good to go. So I'm going to click escape and then hit this. Okay. We're having 225 here, right? We're having 225 by 900. Okay, so I'm going to insert this. It's a comma 225 by 900 by 225. So I'm going to just insert this here so I don't make any mistake. So this one is straightforward. This is also straightforward. Let's use this corner to this corner so we can easily select it. Okay. Um, all right. Okay. So we have this here. Insert this. Okay. From this corner. All right. So I think we'll do the same for this. the same way we did the other one. So I'm going to go with this one is 1 meter, but are you sure it's 1 meter? Supposed to be 900. The one we did earlier on, was it 900 actually? Okay. So let's go with that's 1 meter. Then you put your comma, then you're having 225. So it's just simply the logic length times breadth. Length, put length 1000, separated by comma, the next one should be breadth. Then enter. Okay. All right. So now that's that. I'm going to pull this down to 600. So I'm going to pull this down to 600. So this we had as the point that we use to so this we had as our benchmark. Okay. So I'm just going to zoom. Then I'm going to track here. Okay. All right. So we're just going to track them bit by bit. I think all right. So we actually place. Okay, that was the only place we had 900 because that was a door. All right. So I think quite understandable. So I'm just going to pull this downward, but this one, since it's a door, is going to come a bit a little more downward because this is 2.1 meter. All right, for the door, and it's starting from the finished floor level. So we are just going to pull this downward a bit. This is 900. Okay, and then I'm going to track to this point. Then I'll track to this point. All right. So we do. Okay. So remember that we actually grouped it, so we have to explode it before we start erasing. All right, so no issue. This one actually erase this. We are going to be having an issue here, so we can just continue. I think this okay. So this is it. So it's time for us to just start inserting necessary windows. Necessary windows. Okay, so it's quite as easy as just click and then you click your move and hold your control key. And then you select. Okay, so it's as easy as that. Click and then the same for this. Pick this point. Then no. Mm, the let's select this again. I want to pick the edge. Let me use this point so I can easily see where I want to pick. Okay. All right. So I'm just trying to adjust this so it will fit. Okay. Perfect. So the same for this. I'm going to try to adjust this so they can fit perfectly and not okay. Perfect. But it's like okay. So we're just gonna click this and then we continue inserting. So we have this here. So we are going to perfectly place this here. So rotate and then you continue with this particular one because it's in alignment with that with the orientation. Okay, they're in alignment. So just for us to pick, then you place just like that. Something is wrong. So hold your control key, place, then hold your control key, then you place, then hold your control key, then you place the other one here. All right, so just quickly rotate so I can come to this place and pick, move, hold your control key to copy, and then you have this here. Then you pick this, copy, you place it here. All right, so that's how you quickly do that. So let's quickly do this. So move, pick a copy. Something is wrong, something is wrong. Undo. Now let's zoom in properly. So pick move. Let me use the bottom part. Let me use this point. Pick a copy, and then you paste here. You can easily use this. Let's say for pick, but I know that will not select itself. So I'm going to pick this and also do the same. Click. And then we are going to place, let's place this here. And then I'm going to move it inside. Perfect. So let's pick this and let's put it here. We're going to pick this and also put it here. We're also going to pick this and then we'll place it here. Okay, so you can see that it's quite very easy, right? But why does it look like something is wrong here? Okay, okay. Nothing is actually wrong. Okay. Yeah. So we are left with one to go. So I'm going to pick this one and then move and copy. Place it here. So let's quickly go and address out of the toilet. We'll see work on this place. Something is wrong. Okay, so I already saw what is wrong, so we'll adjust it. So now, basically, we are done with this. Let's insert that of the toilet. Okay, this. So now, if you check here, what is the size of our toilet? Remember, we are working with uniformity. Uniformity is very, very important. So we have to measure this and then we use what we have here which is we're having 600 by 900 for the toilet windows. So we're going to come to this place and then remove 900 from this particular depth. Okay, because we're having 1.8 here, so we're just going to shift it upward by 900 and then we are good to go. All right, so I'm just going to erase all of this so I don't have any disturbance here. Go. Okay, so where do we have same? So I'm just going to insert this and then drag it upward to 900 and enter. Where do we have same again? The reason I'm even fast now is because I believe most of you we already might have already been conversant with tools. Okay, so that's the reason I'm fast. Something is wrong here. Something is wrong here. Let me see. I think we still have to work on this. Something actually went wrong, but it's fine. All right, so let me see. Okay. Yeah, I copied the one beneath. We'll work on that. That's not an issue. That's not an issue at all. So we're just gonna work on it later. So now, mm, so let's place this window. So I can easily just go to my extension and then look for my window and place it here. We have merge window. So which of the windows are we using? This, right? So what is the height of this window? This is 900 for the toilet. And what is the seal height? The seal height should be around seal height. We have 900 plus 600. That's 1500 additional. So click draw window. Then select one point, pick one point, and select wall. So we'll pick this point and pick this point and drag to this point. And then if the window is giving us issue, then we have to select the window and we'll lift it upward a bit to this point. You can see, as easy as that. All right, so same for this. Did we pull this up just now? Okay, we undo. That's why. All right, so let's just pull this up again. So we have 900, right? Okay, 900, perfect. And we just insert our window again, merge window, and just click draw window. I'm going to pick the first point, enter the next point, and then pick one point. We are saying wall. I'm going to, okay. I don't have to stress myself too much, all right, because I just know how to go and find my way around it. So I'll just shift it upward, and then I'm going to pull this upward to 900, and we have that closed. Okay, so you can see as easy as that, right? So we are done placing our windows, but something is wrong here. Something is wrong. So we just pull this upward, then we close. So I just pray we don't have too many stuff. Let's just check around and see if what we've placed is actually okay, because I think okay. So we are good to go. We are going to be using which of the doors is this? Is this from Chaos Cosmos? Okay, doors, tags, window. Okay, no problem. So model, let's look for railroad colors, landscaping. Okay, all right. So now I'm going to be having same door, just kind of a good door at this place, but I'm going to be using Vray door, okay? But let's just show that there's a door there, so some most person will not be confused. Later we can change it when you are doing arrangement, okay? So I'm going to be inserting a door there. So let me just bring in my merge door. So we have match door here, and we have match door here. We have door height. For the door height, we're going to be having 2100. Which of the doors is even this one? Going with this. Floor gap, okay. Door angle, draw door. Fury. You know, actually, this door usually creates opening by themselves. You understand? This door usually create opening by themselves. That's why most times you have issue placing them. Okay. Let me just have this. I can copy one of these, and then I'm going to go and use it. So I'll come to this place, and then I'm going to place it like this, and I'll give it. I'll rotate it. Rotate. Okay, by 90 degree. Enter. And let me see how this side look like. Okay. So I can pick this, and then I'm going to move it, place it inside here. So I will have to move it and look for that corner, because that's the corner selected. Place it like that. Okay. So we're good to go. All right. So now we are going to start creating the beams. Okay. So in creating the beams, I'm just going to try to lock this up again and just make it a group so that we don't have to alter anything that we've done. All right, so let me start from this point. So it's quite very easy. I'm just going to create a rectangle here, and then we'll pull it out. So let's say we are going with 225, 600, enter. And then from this end, we're also going to be having one pulled out from this point. Then we are having 225, 225. Then you insert a comma, then you have 600, enter. Okay, so I'm just going to pull this out. So we'll track it to this point. Okay, the same for this, we'll track it to this point. Okay, and then you just rotate and then create another one here, which is 225. Let me check properly. Okay, so we have 600, 225, enter. So we're just going to pull, we are going to pull this out, and then we'll track it to this point. You see it as easy as that. So we're going to do the same for this point. So just for us to pick this particular point, and then just insert our value 600, 225, enter. Then we are going to pull this out, okay, and track it to this point, right? So now from this point, we are going to be having one coming out like this, that we are going to be tracking likewise. So you just pull this out to this point, and then put it here. Something's actually wrong here. Something is wrong. So put it here like this, and we are going to pull this one, and then pull this one, and then track it to this point. Okay, so that's that. So I'm going to do likewise for this point. So we are going to pull this one out. We are going to pull this one out. Pull this one out. Let's draw a rectangle first. So we have our rectangle. So we are having 225, 600, and then pull out. So pull out and then track it to this point. And from this particular point here, we have another one extruding out. then that will be, I think some is anything wrong here? That will be 225 or 600 by 225. Okay, so we are going to pull this out to this point. Right, so perfect. Okay, so it's as easy as that. So next on our list is we are going to be inserting our parapet on this particular structure. All right, one quick hack to parapet placing before we actually go into parapet. Now, this is a hack. Just ensure that everything you are doing, make sure the lines, the lines are connected. All right, if the lines are not connected, you're going to be having an issue because we are going to be creating our parapet using our follow me tool, and the follow me tool usually work with connected lines. So let's just ensure that. You might be asking, what am I doing? I'm trying to just make sure that the lines are connected. Okay, I know this is going to form a solid shape when it's a closed loop, but that's not an issue. I think we can just delete one of it, but let's see if we can just have only the line without the solid shape. Okay, just want to see if we can have only the line. Hold on. Yeah, let's try to join this point to this point. Okay, so I'm just going to select this midpoint and then delete it. Then we'll be left with edges. Okay, we'll be left with our edges. Um, we'll be left with these edges. Okay, all right. So this is what I'm looking for actually. Okay. So now, since we are left with these edges, now we can start placing our. Okay. So you can just confirm all the corners and ensure that the lines are not straight lines. Like they have this particular corner point. Okay. So before we start inserting the parapet, right? So let's confirm all around. I'm just doing this because some persons will have the issue. As long as you see here aligned, you are good to go, right? But let's check here so you can see this place is not aligned, right? But if these 2 points, if these two are actually okay, good. So we are covered. So now let's start inserting our parapet. So the first thing I'm going to advise all of us is when you're starting your parapet, ensure that you don't start from the corner. Okay, start from this point. All right, so if we start from this point, we can easily control it. Okay, so let's really start our parapet. So I'll go to which of the views am I going to see this properly? This should be this view. Okay, that it ends that view. So it's this view. All right, so now I want to see this very well. All right, so I can do something meaningful. Right. So now I'm going to have a rectangle drawn from this point upward. Right, rectangle. Let's say okay. All right. So now from this point, So now from this point, we are going to make some adjustments and just make it a parapet. All right. So from this point, we have moving up to this point, we are having 100, 100. Then from this point, we are having 100, 100, 100. Okay. And then we are going to have an arc here. We are going to have an arc here. So for this arc, we are going to go all the way to this point, and then we'll drag like this. Okay. So this is supposed to give us something cool. So we're just going to move this arc, move it to this point, and let's see the effects. Okay, this will give us something nice. Okay, good. So then I can erase this, erase this, and zoom in properly, and erase. Let's just remove this. Move. Okay, let's just erase this. Okay. So now we are having this. So we are having to erase this one, and then erase this one. So what I just did is I just created my profile. So from this point now, we can go any direction. Okay, but the best option is this direction. So I'm going to select this, and then we're going to start moving. Okay, we're going to start moving. But let's pick the other direction. This direction. Let's see. I think something is not adding up. Okay, so you just pick and then you start going. All right. So you start going. At this point, you have to zoom in, and then you have to pan. Okay, hold your shift key and hold your center ruler, and then you pan. Just pan it to the end, and then you take it to the end. You pan, then you rotate. Then we continue going, going, going. Then you rotate. Then we continue going, going. Then we have to rotate at this point. Then we continue going, going. Then we rotate at this point. Zoom in, going, going. Then we rotate at this point. Zoom in. We pan, going. Okay, so we're just going to join at this point. All right, so that's that for our parapet. All right, so now we are going to be adding the roof next. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that we select everything concerning the roof. Okay, and we are going to group them first. All right, that's the first thing we are going to do. We are going to group them. Everything concerning the roof will be grouped. Let's make a group, sorry. And then we are going to create a face. We are going to create a face. Oh, sorry. I'm going to just create this point. All right, so these are our face. And next thing we are going to do is select the face. Open your extension. and then go to your 1000 bits roof, create hip roof, and then we have the 30 meter. Let me make it 45 so I can have something meaningful. So create, and then as easy as that, we are done creating our roof. Okay, so here's our roof. So the next thing we are going to do here is um other things will be easy. Other things will be easy on this roof in case you want to work on it, but let's leave that first. Um, the next thing we are going to do is we are going to just cover all of these places up. All right, so I'm going to use my rectangle to do that. Okay, so you can see that what I'm having here is it's not quite something that I can no, well, let me see. Something is wrong here. Let me use this point. It's not something that I can maneuver. So that's what I'm trying to see. Okay, so I'm trying to insert a ceiling. All right, but uh, it seems this wall, because the way this wall is, it's looking like it's not straight. So, okay, so let me just quickly pull this wall. But remember that everything is grouped, so let me ungroup it. um, Explode. So this particular wall, let me see if I can adjust it. um okay, all right, there's something wrong with this particular wall here, so I'm just going to quickly do it again. Okay, so let's just quickly do it again, but this time I'm not going to do it like that. So since we can still, I'm going to track this to this, and then from this point I'm going to take a straight line, so that will be 600 comma 225, right? So I'm just going to take a straight line straight to the wall. All right, so I think this is even the perfect way to even do something like this. All right, so this is even perfect. So um now we can now insert this, and then we have it placed perfectly. So move upward let's move upward. Same for this, placed perfectly. Okay, undo. uh okay. Think I should lock it to the horizontal. Do All right. So we have it there. So we're also going to be having the same thing here. Okay. So that's the plan, and we've already achieved it. So that's for the ceiling. So the next part is we are going to be creating our staircase. Okay, our staircase. So staircase is quite very easy. All right, it's very easy. So let me just try to do it quickly. So look at this now. We are going to be having our staircase on this particular point. All right. So he does the plan. He does the plan. Let's just use our rectangle tool. What is going to be okay? Before I do that, let's group what we've done. Okay, so I'm just going to explode everything and then select and make a group. Okay, so I will go back to this point. From this point, I'm going to just start placing my staircase. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Let's take a measurement of this point. From this point to this point, how many? We're having 2729. So basically, we're going to be having 27279 as a length. So we have 2729 by 150, 2729, comma 150, enter. So this is the first one, right? Okay, this is the first one. So we have the second one. We have the second one. We have 2729 by 150, the same thing. Then we are going to measure how many run are we going to be having. So this 600, that means we are having 3 run. Okay, so I'm going to take the last one. That was 2729, comma 150. Oh, sorry. This ought not to be 150. I did something wrong there. Let's just undo and quickly just do it since we know the value already. Okay, let's go with 300 instead of 150. All right, so let's go with 300. 2729 by 300. Okay. All right, so this better. 2729, comma 300. 2729, comma 300. Okay, so from this point now we can see that we have something to pull up, right? So from this point we pull up to 450. From this point we pull up to 300. From this point we pull up to 150. So making us having a riser of 150, 150, 150. So you measure to ensure that what you did, they have equal risers, okay? So we have 150 here, 150 here, 150. And for those that might be asking, what did I do? We have 600 here. I just divided them into 4 places, which is having a riser of 150. So the next top level will be 450, right? Minus 600, right? 150 minus 600, we are having 450. 450 minus 600, we're having 300. 300 minus 150, we're having 150. Okay? So that's what I did there. So let's quickly do the same. Yeah. Let's do the same here. I'm going to maximize this particular corner here for the staircase. So let's quickly do the same here. So I'm just going to insert this, and we are having 3229 by 300, enter. Then from this point we are also having 3229 by 300, enter. Then from this point we are having the same thing, 3229, right? 3229, 9, comma 300, enter. All right, so we're going to pull this upward. The first one is what? 450. The second one is what? Minus 150, giving us 300. The third one is what? Minus 150, giving us 150. Okay, so that's that. So you can see that we are having a good time, and it's very, very easy to do, right? So what we are going to do right now is we are going to be placing let's check if everything is okay. So we are going to be placing our handrails. Okay, we are going to be placing our handrails. So I'm going to teach you something right now, of which, oh, I've already taught you guys before, right? I taught you guys already how to get your families, right? So just go to that place and then type it, just type handrails, and then you are going to get handrails. Okay, so I'm just going to load some in. I'm just going to load my handrail in. So this is it here. So we'll just load it in, and then just hold on a bit for it to be ready. Okay. All right. So here we are. So this is our handrail here, right? So you can download the family from 3dwarehouse.com. All right. When you get there, type, I've already taught you guys before, but for those that were not paying attention, go to 3D Warehouse before, sorry, 3D Warehouse, and then type railings, and then you get a lot of railings from that place. All right. And if you don't know how to, you want a video guide on how to do that, I actually explained that in the course of earlier lectures. So, in the course of prior lectures, so you can actually go back there and then pick it up from that place. Okay, so now we have this here. Just Control C to copy, and then when you are done copying, go back into your project work. All right, at this point, then you paste. Okay, so we are going to just paste it somewhere around. All right, so here it is. So this is it here. So we are going to calculate properly. So we're going to be having one here. So it's just to copy. It's just to copy, and then paste one of it here. Sometimes you have to get more than one to make your work actually cool. Uh, but just that this one is, you cannot edit it. And let's see, you can't definition, you can't actually edit this properly. Okay, but let's just place this here. Okay, so the next one that will be coming in, or even this one, can actually do what we want to do. So it's just to go back, and then sorry, go back, hold your shift key, and then you just drag forward a bit. Okay, so you drag forward in alignment to what you are doing. All right, you just drag forward. Okay, um so I'm just going to lock them in together. All right, so we can have a kind of design like this over here. Okay, so I can cover from this point to this point. All right, so the same goes for these points. We can just using just one alone cell, you can get your result that you want. Okay, so I'm just going to hold my control key to copy this to this point. Okay, so I'm going to take this out, and let me see what we are having. All right, so let me undo, and then I'm going to move this, then hold your control key, and then move this a bit further from this point just to complete this. Okay, so I can I can take this off. All right, so let's have another one coming like this. Okay, so this one in particular, I'm going to just rotate this so I can have something cool, right? So I'm just going to rotate this one. So let me see. Okay, so I'm going to rotate this. Just all right, perfect. So I'm going to move this. I'm going to I'm going to move this to this point. Well, let me see. Okay, so move to this point. All right. So from this point, let me see. So we can simply hold our control and copy, drag, paste. So we have this, drag, drag, and paste. Oh, something is wrong here. So I have to click this, move this from this point, put it here. Okay. So at this point now, I'm just going to click this and then drag to this point to cover it all. All right. So that's that. You can get other railings, okay? You can get other railings. Um, without instance no style dimension material implement science instructor. Okay, so now let's place just one here. All right, let's place just one here. But this one they are a bit wide, but it's quite a bit manageable. Okay, so let's just place this one. So we are going to just lock this here. Okay, let's see. So I just hope we can actually edit this. Explode. All right, so you're good to go. So now that's let's insert this here so we can uh have all of this. Move, just move it. Let's place it yeah. Okay, then I'm just going to adjust this and do this, and let's see. So now working on this particular family we actually make us to make us disorient the the way this particular family is. So let's just follow the same pattern and do what we've been doing before. Just go to your move and then just move it. No need to copy. Just go to your move and just move it until aligned. Yeah. All right. So that's that. So now what we are going to be doing next is we are going to be placing just on some particular part of the building, not all, like this one. All right, this particular part. Okay, this part of the building. We're going to place in a coping that is going to go around from this point all the way. But let me see if it can actually, okay, to go around all the way. So first of all that I've done, let's take this off. All that I've done, I'm going to group them. Okay, so let me just group all of them. All right, so now I'm going to start by drawing a profile. Okay, I'm going to start by drawing a profile again. But now, you know, we are not going around, so we're just doing only 180-degree to this point, from this point to this point. So just a little copying. So let me just place them here. I think this should be which of the views. Okay. Which of the views should okay. Three. Yeah. So this is the view here. Okay, so we are going to start from this point. I'm going to just draw a rectangle. All right, something like this, not too high, but I want it to be as high as the DPC level. Okay, let it be as high as DPC level. Just like to be awkward from this point. I would have loved it to start from this point. All right, so let it just go a bit. Um, okay, all right. So let me start from here. I'll just quickly do that of this one. Okay, I'll just draw this and then I'm going to pull it out a bit, just outward a bit. Let's say 50 mm. Oh, this is even too much. Outward, let's say 25 mm. Okay, so I'm going to leave it like this. All right, and then I'm just going to do some little magic from this point. Um, let's have this. Let's say 75. Okay, we're just going to have an arc. Okay, so I'm going to move this. Just move. Okay, so it seems it is constrained to that particular point. So what I have to do now, I just use my control to do what I want to do. So that's that. So I can erase this one and then I'll just use my control again from this point. I'll use my control holding my move and I'm going to place this here. Okay, so with a straight line, I'm going to, don't worry, this one, this one is quite hidden. That's why we are having it like this. So I can just pull this particular part out. But it seems something is missing here. Seems something missing. Okay, so we are having it as a complete loop now. So this is just the plan all the way from this point to this point. Let's stop here. All right. So from this point onward, we are just going to, from this point onward, we are going to have a parapet just like this going. Okay. So even we can have continuation from this point. We can have, let's try it. Okay. So let's just erase this one at the middle. And then let's see if our follow me to is going to follow us. So we're just going to go, it's not going to go that direction. It's quite understandable. It's not going to go that direction. Okay. So these are our major focus here. This, right? So these are our major focus. So if this is the major focus, then I think we can group this, make a group, all right, and then we can create something like this, moving from this point forward, moving from this point forward at this point. So let's just take the measurement of what we have here. So we are having this as what? This is 40 mm, that's in 20s, and this is what? 25 mm. So we are going to just create something like that here. We're going to create something like that here. So we are having, okay. Uh, this should go. This should go. Let's just let's explode this and explode this also. Okay, and let's see if they can work together. I don't want to be having too many obstruction. Let's just see if they can work together. Okay, okay. So that is not aligning. It's supposed to go like this. It's not going that way, but it's fine. You just have to do this. But we can even decide to stop here, but okay. So I think the best thing to do is we are going to go manual. All right, let's go manual. Instead of using our normal follow me to, so I can get what we want actually. So I'm just going to go manual. Good. So I'm just going to do this all round. Okay. So I'll have this go like this, but something will be wrong here. So what I will just do here is I'm going to group this surface. Okay, let me just okay, this is surface. Okay, let me just group my elements back. Okay, let me just group them so I can create what I want to create here. And I can finish up. Okay. Alright, so now it's left for me to explode. Let's see. Alright, so perfect. So now we have this. So I'm just going to pull everything out by 25. Alright, so we're having 25 here. Align to this wall. Okay. So we are having 25, 25. Alright. The 25. We are having 25, 25. So we are also having 25 here. Okay. So we are just going to take this to cover this up. From this point, we are going to align this to this. All right, now, so here is what we are going to do next. In this particular space we are having here that is open, we are going to place a kind of a curtain wall window here that is going to be a long window serving for this particular open part of the building. And remember that we are having this here, right? Look at this. This part is kind of a void space. So which simply means that we'll be having a long window here that can serve for the void space, right? So the next thing we are going to do right now is we are going to open this up. Let's place the window first. All right. So you go back into your extension, go back to your window, height 900, floor gap 1, 2. Okay, I think I can go with this. Let's just say height. I'm going with height 100. The floor gap. Let me go with the floor gap of 900. Okay, let's say 600. All right. So I can click draw, and then I'm going to draw it here. Okay. So I'm going to insert 1200. Click enter. Okay. It's saying we can't select a wall like that. Um, okay, let's put it like this. So let's undo. So I'm going to use the last level. I'm going to use the last level. I'm going to insert 1200. Okay. So let's check properly. So I'm going to move this upward a bit, tracking to this point. Okay. So that's that. So what I'm going to do right now is I will just copy and paste until I get to this point. All right. Until I get to this point. That's my target. So I'm just going to go to my front view. All right. From my front view, I'm just going to copy. Hold your control key and then you copy. Okay. Cancel. Hold your control key then you do the magic. Why is it not click? All right, perfect. So place it here. Then from this point, let's move this upward. All right, so we have another one here. Okay, all right. So we have this here, and these are our targets. This is a window we are trying to model. Okay, so now what we are going to do is, remember, we will need something that will be like a center of attraction on this building. We already have one by the side, which is this cantilever here and this particular patterning of the balcony. Okay, it's something already attractive. By this side, okay, we already have this here, and we also have a recession here that make it stand out. Right, look at it. So now from for the front, nothing, just only this one. Let's do some modeling that will also make the front also stand out, because that's quite very important for a design. Okay, let's do a modeling that will also make the floor stand out. So how do we go about that? It's quite very easy. So now we are going to place a very attractive modeling here that is going to serve as another source of focal point. Okay, so now let's quickly do that. First of all, I'm going to ensure that this particular structure is grouped so that I don't have any anomaly behavior. Okay, so I'll just make it a group and then I'll start modeling. So I'm going to use my rectangle tool and then I'm going to zoom in very well because we have something here. So I'm going to zoom in very well. Let me see. All right, so let's quickly do that. I'm going to zoom in very well and then up to the top. Okay, I'll take it all to the top. All right, so I'm having 6.750. So I'm going to make it 600. All right, 600 by 6750. So I click enter. So this is what we are having here. And I think it's very, very straight. Because if it's not straight, then we'll be having issues. Okay, so that's why I'm trying to ensure that we're having something straight. Okay, so I just want the wall division first before we start doing the extrusion. So I can easily adjust anything we want to adjust. All right, so let's quickly do same for this. So I think we are having, okay, I like this. We're having 600 for this too, but something is wrong. Yeah, that's perfect. Something's actually wrong there. So I'm just going to zoom in properly so I won't have any slant and also line that are not straight. Like we are going to give us issues later. Okay, this lines are not straight. So, so we are getting this now. So this is it, right? So we can easily clean this up. All right, so let's clean this up now because we are done. So this is perfect, this is perfect, this is perfect. So with this now, we can easily get an extrusion that can bring out our structure a bit out. Okay, and I would love us to have an extension here, so I can also have kind of, if not full, but half at this point that we're going to have a flower pot. Okay, so I'm going to bring this point out, right to this point out. So this is the first we are going to bring out. We're going to bring this point out, and I'm going to bring it out by 600. Okay, 600. So this one, we'll just bring it out a bit by, let's say, undo. We are bringing this out a bit to, let's say, 300. Okay, so it's perfect. So from this point, we're going to be having a water pot placed on this particular pavement here. Right, and we're also going to decorate the pavement and also flowers here. All right, so I think this is cool, this is cool, this is cool. But at the same time, to make this actually professional, we'll have to make the pavement, we'll have to bring the pavement out a bit. Okay, but we still have to bring the pavement out a bit to this point, and then let's extrude this one. Okay, so we're going to extrude this one. All right, so here's what we are having. All right, so I think this transformation will work for this now. Okay, this will work, this will work. All right, so now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to create a kind of a covering here. All right, then we'll have a tape light running through this particular wall. Okay, and also this particular top part of that's the beams. All right, so that's just the plan, and it's going to be quite simple. Okay, so let's go that route. So still leaving these groups. So I'm going to make this a group, right? So I've made this one a group already. So let's create a little extrusion. Let's use let's use this two, the rectangular two. Then we are going to go like this. But nothing serious will be done here. Okay, nothing serious actually. So I'm just going to make an offset. This offset will be an offset of, let's say 75. Yeah, not much thickness. And then at this point, I'm just going to join them at this point. Okay, so we now just erase this point from all drawing. So at this point, we'll close it up at this point. We'll close it up at this point. Okay, so forming an enclosed structure. Sorry for that. So we'll close it up at this point. All right, so the solid form has been developed. So please at this point, and then we'll be having the solid structure that we want. So at this point now, it's now left for us to pull this particular part outward. Okay, so I'm going to be doing, we have 300 extrusion here, so I'm going to be doing 375 extrusion. Okay, 375 extrusion. Enter, and you can see it. That's just what I wanted. Okay, so now we're now left with some particular detailing, which is quite very important, and we advise we actually do it. Okay, But let me just say, okay. So now we are just going to finish up with this particular part. There ought to be a curve, like the wall curve going through like this, something like this. So we are just going to do that here. But before we can actually achieve that, I think okay, so now we are going to ensure that this particular crepestone here is going to go around all around the structure. Okay, that's this particular part of the work, but there's kind of some yeah, okay. So let's just erase this, but I don't think we can. Okay, we can do that. All right, so we are just going to erase some of these lines. Okay, so I think that's fine. So right now, we are going to try using our follow me to on this. Okay, so let's try. Let's just ungroup. Oh, sorry. Let's undo that and then click. Uh, I'm going to explode it. All right. So let's try to use follow me to for from this point and let's see the results. Okay. So I'm just going to click my follow me to and then I'm going to use this point following this particular path line. Okay, go down to this point and then down to this point, and then we have the paths going like this, then down to the end like this. Okay, so that's that. Okay, so that's what we want to achieve over there, and okay, I think that's perfect. So now the next thing we are going to do right now is we are going to work on something which I think is very very important. Okay, so now we are going to group the whole project again. Let's group everything, make group. um okay. So now remember that we are going to apply materials from chaos cosmos, right? So right now I will want us to do something together. Please, as you are as I'm doing my applying materials, ensure that you're doing something you're applying a different material, trying something new. Okay, so just download your materials, apply them, and then we do our rendering together. Okay, so you can just be following me up as we actually apply the materials, but just follow the processes and also practice alongside, but use a different material and I will be glad to see your results. Okay, so now let's quickly get this going. Okay. All right, so now there are some other plans for this particular part of the building. Okay, there are some other plans for it. This particular part is actually for your planters. Okay, this part is for your planters, while this part should be for your natural plant. Okay, on the ground, and this other part, this part too, we should have a natural plant on the ground. All right. So I don't want it to be too much around the building. Okay, we can have one here too. Okay. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to create kind of a pavement, kind of a solid form that we can actually use our grass tool on. Okay, so let me just quickly do that. We have this, and we are going to zoom in. We zoom in. Good. All right, so since this is not working, let's use our session tool. All right, so I'm going to use my session tool for this. For some of us who might be saying, how did I bring out my session tool? It's quite very easy to do that. Okay, it's quite very easy to do that. So all you need to do is just go to your view and then go to your toolbar. In your toolbar, you're going to have you have to search for it. So this session, so click on it. If you unclick it, you see it goes, and if I click it, it comes back, right? So that's it. That's the session there. So now we have display session plane, okay, and then we also have display session cut, and we have display session fill. All right, so I'm just going to use this plane. I'm going to use my session, and then this is my session all around. Okay, this is my session. So my plan is I want to make a session at this particular point of the building. Okay, but right now, from what I'm saying, okay, let's just call it session one, and then just please don't show this again. Okay, no problem. Let's call it session one, and let me see what it look like. Okay. I think we need to move this a bit upward so we can get something accurate, right? Okay. So let's just go right. So I think this is better. So now we are here already. Okay. So we want to work on this part and also work on this part. So I can come to my floor plan right now. And then we put one, just a grass here, kind of. Yeah. So we have another at this point. Okay, we are going to have another one at this point. You have to zoom in properly so you can see the actual floor. Okay. Yeah, I would love to take it from this angle. I would love to take it from this angle. All right, so I can get something proper. So I'll zoom in properly, and then I have this, right? So that's it. So we also have this. Okay, I think that should be all, but for this structure, but okay, I think that should be all. So right now, I'm just going to. I've already taught you guys how to bring out your session plane, right? So this session plane is quite very important. So we are done with the session plane, and then it's just for us to extrude. Okay, so we can easily extrude this upward a bit. I just want something simple like 50, and then at this point I still want something simple like 50. Okay, so that's that basically. We don't need much here. So right now it's time for us to put on our Vray, and let's do something meaningful with our Vray. Okay, let's do something very meaningful with Vray. All right. Okay. I would have loved us to also have something around this particular uh something around that's a kind of a window, a curtain wall wood around this particular window here. Okay, because it's quite beautiful when you are having curtain wall wood, but I will try as much as possible to make this very visible by turning this particular mullion, that's the aluminium here, to a black aluminium. Okay, so I have to make the building come out very beautiful. All right, so we'll try as much as possible to achieve that, but okay, that's fine. So let's put something around this. Okay, it's still fine like this because let's not make it too busy with too much extrusion. Okay, so it's still okay like this, just to be very careful. All right, so I think it's high time we. Okay, I think it's high time we do something here, but I feel this roof is not okay. It's kind of okay. The degree is okay. All right, so now it's time for us to start applying our materials on this particular structure. And also, let me tell you something. In summary of all of this is ensure that anything you are doing, ensure that you group them. Okay, like for this now, you create it, you group it to avoid anomaly. Okay, when one line come into another line. Now, one thing about SketchUp is it works with squares. Okay, you have to from line. It's just like a progressive shape formation. All right, a progressive shape formation. It goes from you drawing a line, and when you have a line, a complete a complete loop, an enclosed loop of a line from your rectangle, and a rectangle always form a solid form, and a solid form you can easily extrude it. So at every point in time, if any line intersect any line, you are going to have a solid form, and you can easily extrude. But if you group any of them, they won't intrude. All right, you'll be just like you're doing something separate, different from the other thing. Okay, so that's fine. So now we are just going to be applying our materials on this particular building. All right, so that takes us to Chaos Cosmos. All right, so we are going to download all the materials and then make good use of them. Okay, and first of all, I'm going to teach you guys something. It's called mood board. All right, like for this now, you have to ensure that, okay, let's take for instance, um what kind of design am I going to use for this structure? Like, sorry, the painting format, everything. What am I going to do on this particular building surface? What combination of paint? Okay, like the texture, the palette. All right, so what combination of color palette am I going to use on this particular building to get what I want? Okay, so now you can easily get this on Pinterest. All right, just go to Pinterest, type palette, like color palette, and you see different palette that goes together. So you can pick one and use them. I've taught you guys this thing before, right? So you can pick one of them and use them. Okay, so now I'm just going to start downloading my material based on the palette that I've chosen for myself. All right, so for you, um you can actually go on Pinterest and download a palette. Just pick a palette for yourself and then use that palette to do your rendering. Okay. And I believe it will come out very, very well because the palette most times they rhymes they actually have this reading together. Okay, so that's fine. So let's quickly get going. All right, so now what we are going to do next, I would love us to have a little extrusion at this point. Okay, that'll make this place also stand out. It will not be too busy, but it will be quite important for us to do it. All right, so let me just quickly do that. So make sure that your work is actually grouped before you do that. Okay, so it's just something not too much. Okay, let's make it 15 by 75. Then put a comma by 75. Enter. So we just pull it out. Okay, so we'll take it all the way up to this point, and then there we go. All right, so at this other side we are going to drag it up to this point. Okay, all right, so this is actually perfect. All right, okay, all right, so this is okay. Okay, so that's that. It's not compulsory that you put this in yours. All right, it's not compulsory, so I'm just trying to explore. That's why I put that there. And let me see if putting a very different kind of dark oak wood color will come out there. Okay, so now we are going to place our fence. All right, so for this I'm just going to make sure this is grouped. Okay, so for this we are going to now place a fence all around the structure. All right, or should we do that later? Okay. All right. So let's place a face around the structure. So I will go to my top view. Then in my top view, I'm going to use my rectangle tool. Okay. So I'm just going to use something random. All right. I'm going to use something random. Okay. All right. So I'm going to take an offset. So this offset, I'm going to use 225 for the offset. All right. So I'm going to take off the middle part, and then I'll have this left, right? So at this point, I'm going to leave the front part open. All right. Okay. So we have this done, and also this gone, this gone. All right. So now I think we are good to go with this. It's just to pull this up a bit for now. Okay. So as time goes on, if need arise, we can take it to a level that we actually want, but we can just leave it as 2500 for now. So when we are doing our rendering to help us create a boundary, we can take it like this. Okay. So now this is everything I actually want. So I'm just going to double click everything, and then I'm going to make a group. Okay. And go back to the floor, and I'm going to make the last the project floor. So I'm going to create a project floor all around this point, and then I'm going to take it up a bit. So normal floor is around, that our interlock should be around 50 mm. So our interlock should be around 50 mm. So I'm going to make it 50 mm. Okay. So I'm going to select everything, and then I'll make a group of it. All right. So now this is what we are actually working towards. Okay. So for this point, I'm going to pull this out a bit. Okay. We can't pull that out because it's actually not exploded. So I'm going to pull it out now. So just a bit, and then I'm going to try to group them again. Okay. So perfect. Perfect. All right, so now it's time for us to start inserting all the paints when necessary. Okay, like we have to do this in a very, very beautiful way that will make the building come out well. Okay, all these lines are not necessary, all right? When you are doing your final rendering, all the lines are going to go out. Okay, so all the lines are going to go out when you are doing your final rendering. All right. So now the first thing we are going to do before we start placing our paint on the building is we are going to load in our HDRI and set our environmental lighting. Okay, that's the first thing we are going to do. So we are going to set what? The environmental lighting, like your HDRI, the environment light, how the building will appear after being rendered. That's the first thing we are going to set. Okay, then when we are done with that, we'll start doing our rendering interactive for the building. All right, so let's start with a little rendering interactive, and let's see what it look like right now. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. So let me bring in my light gen first. All right, so I'm just going to continue. So I'm going to be using AZR high because I'm going to be loading one in. Okay, so let's go back and let's load one in first. Go back to your kiosk Cosmos, and then I think I have some downloaded HDR high here. Okay, so I'm going to be using some downloaded HDR high, and this and okay, I think this is the one that we are having. No, 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 we have this inside. Let's put this one inside. Okay, let's use this. Okay, so just click this and then to load into your project. And that's that finally. Okay, so the next thing we are going to do is go back to your light gen. You are going to use HDRI, or we can just I don't want variation of 3. I want, let's say, for like 9, or even, okay, let's go with 7. Okay, so we have custom HDRI. No, size of thumbnail we have 160. Then the seed we have 18. All right, I think this is perfect. So we're going to be using the HDRI that we loaded in just now. Okay, so let me see. But the custom is we are going to load one in, of which we don't have anyone there. But let's use our normal HDRI that we have in right now. Okay, so we are going to go with the exterior option for this particular setting. So I'm going to click generate the variance. All right, so we are going to hold on and okay, but don't worry. Let's reset this and then let's exit it. First of all, before I generate my variant, that's my light gen variant, I will need to on my buffer. Okay, that's my frame. So I'll go to my settings under asset editor, and I'm going to access my save frame. Okay, so this is my save frame, and I'm also going to work with the picture size 4 by 3, and then image height 600, width 450. Okay, I think that should be all for now. All right, so I'm going to just bring this a bit closer. Then I'm going to pan. To pan, you can hold your control key and I'm sorry, your shift key, and then you pan. Okay, hold your shift key and your roller on your mouse, and then you can easily pan. To rotate, as usual, your roller on your mouse. Okay, but to pan, hold your shift key and your roller on your mouse. All right, so we are going to pan this a bit upward and then adjust it a bit, and then we pan towards direction, and then we adjust a bit, and then we zoom in, then we pan a bit, zoom out. Okay, and then we pan, and then we adjust. Good. Okay, so this what okay. This is what we are having right now. Okay, this is what we are having right now. So what I'm going to do right now is I would love this to even be okay, let me just pan a bit upwards. I think with this is going to give us a better view like this. Okay, so I'm going to just adjust. Okay, so now what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to generate my light gen now. So I'll click this and then I'm going to use AZR high, then generate my variance. All right, so let's see what we are going to be having. That's the first one there. The second one, this is just us having different settings, different direction of our lightning. Okay, so let's see. All right, we have 3 more to go. 2 more to go. 1 more to go. Then I think the last one should be here very soon. Okay, so we are having this here right now. So it's time for us to go to our render interactive and let's see what we have. So this is what we are having in our render interactive. Okay, so we're already rendering. I just want to do some settings before we finally head on to start doing some work. So let's start from here. I'm going to click this and then we're going to see the effect on our render interactive. Okay, so you can see that this is the effect we are having, but it's not giving what we want, right? It's not giving what we want, but that's where we have to go and do some little settings. Okay. So now, after doing our settings, you can see that we are having this particular environment settings over here, of which we are still going to adjust it. This is not the total settings, okay? We are still going to adjust the environment settings as we go on. All right, but for now, we can actually work with this. Okay, so now for us to work perfectly, I think we are cool now, right? We are actually cool. We are cool. We are cool. We are actually cool. Okay, if there are actually changes we want to make, we can actually make them in this place. Okay, so we can exit this and we can minimize our buffer. All right, so now we are going to start painting our work. Okay, we are going to start painting our work. So first of all, I'm going to try as much as possible to make this very, very clear. Okay, to make it very, very clear. So now we have this is grouped. This is okay. This is not grouped. Okay, so now we have different materials we are going to use. So I believe right now you already have your palette, your color palette, your color textures that you want to use for this particular building. So I'm going to making use of three colors. Okay, I'm going to making use of okay, two colors. That's white, a gray color, and then okay, a bumpy blue. All right, then we have a dark brick and also um an oak floor color. Okay, so without saying so much, let's just start placing them. All right, so sometimes you place some colors and they will not appear the way it should be, but as time goes on, it's going to appear just like that. All right, so now we are going to start from okay, okay. So let's just take a view around the structure first and see. Okay, I think okay. All right, so let's have it going now. I'm going to start loading my families in. That's my materials in I'm going to be using. Okay, I'm going to start loading it in. So let's go to Kiosk Cosmos. So under Kiosk Cosmos, I'm going to go to my materials. All right, so my material, I already have some here downloaded. All right, I already have some here downloaded. So I'm going to be loading them in into this particular place. All right. So we are going to load them into this space we are having here. All right. So these are model material. So some of them are okay. So let me start with the first one. This is kind of a bumpy gray, and this is okay, wall paint, okay, reflective. All right. And then we also have wall paint, okay, bumpy blue. Okay, so let's just see how it look like first of all before we start doing everything that we plan doing. Okay, I would love us to see what it look like first. Okay, so now we'll start placing them at this particular inverted L shape. I'm going to be having my bricks there on this point, on this particular pavement here. That's this wall, kind of an extrusion. We are going to be having a wood there. Okay, so let's quickly place them and let's see what it look like. All right, let's see what it look like. Okay, okay. So let's quickly do that. I'm just going to load them into this particular place. Let's see if we can delete some of this file. Place it using the material is being used. Okay, yeah. Delete this. Yes, delete this. All right, so I think that should be all. So I'm going to load them in now. So I'm going to start from. I'm trying to picture the result in my head. All right, that's the goal. I'm trying to picture the result in my head. I'm going to start with a gray color. Okay, so I'm going to start with this. You see it around here. Okay, so we have this is it here. So wall paint bumpy O1 gray. So I'm going to place this here. Okay, because this place is going to be having a lot of busy stuff. So we are going to test run this exactly. I think we should have it here also, and we'll have it here also, and also have it against this wall. Okay, so that's that. and that's for gray. Okay, so I'm going to load in okay, let's load in this. If need arise, we can easily change them. Okay, let's load this in. Okay, so I'm going to have this one here. Yeah, all right. I think is it even okay at that point? Not looking okay. All right, so it's kind of looking okay. I'm going to have it just like this. All right, you can see that it's not even depicting the color that we actually see here, but as we render, it's going to show that color. Okay, so we're going to have just undo that. We're going to have it here and also have it on this point, and also have it here and here. Okay, so that's what we are having, and let's load in this where are you? Bricks, right? So it should be under bricks. Okay, so this is it here. So we are going to be having these bricks here, the bricks here, and also here. We're also going to be having the bricks here. Okay, so we're also going to be having the bricks there, and then let's load in the wood. So we have walnut wood. Okay, so I'm going to just look for it. It should be at the down part. Okay, so this is it here. So I'm going to place it here. Right. All right. So now, okay. All right. So I'm going to make this place white. All right. So it's going to take the white paint. Okay. I think we already have kind of a white material silver. Okay. Okay. Let's place this here, and then we are going to do some editing if need arise. Okay. So translucent glass. What's the name? These bricks. Stucco 01. Okay. To be under S. Okay. So this is it here. So we are going to have this here. Okay. So it's not just okay. Let's just see. Let's just see. Okay. All right. So I'm going to use the brick over here. But sometimes I actually no, it's not supposed to be here. Okay. So I'm going to use the bricks over here. But it's not looking like something. that will come out fine. Yeah, not looking like that. So it will come out better at the top. Okay, so that's for the bricks. All right, then we just put a continuation of the bricks at the bottom. We don't want to place too many bricks because it's going to make it too hard in appearance. Okay, so I think this is better. So we are cool. So let's see what it look like. All right, let's. I know some in our mind right now. We just want to place the roof, right? Okay, so we are going to do that right now. So I'm just going to exit this for now, and then go back to my selection tool. Okay, so I want to see what it look like now, but we need to place the roof. Okay, so for our roof, what we are going to do for the roof is we are going to look for a material first of all, a roof material. So I'm going to teach you something here. All right, so pay very good attention. Most times I like overriding the roof, that's overwriting the roof material. So I'm just going to insert this for the roof material, and then at this point, where I have my entity info, okay, I can easily edit my roof, all right, by changing the material I'm having over there. Okay, so I'm going to use a very different material. I'm going to use a very different material. So I'm going to use this material, and I got it from Pinterest. You can just search for it. Okay, so it's called your seamless texture for roof. You can say your black seamless texture for roof. So when you are searching, all right, so you can get it on Pinterest. Okay, so we have this here. So I'm just going to use this and then click OK. But there's something that is actually going to go odd here. And what will that be? The scaling. So you can see the scaling is quite odd, right? So I'll come back here and try to edit it. Okay, I'll come back here and try. Let me use 3000 for the scale. Perfect. So I'm going to click OK. So that's that for the roof. All right, so now we are going to do our test running and let's see what it looks like now. Okay, we are just a bit. Okay, so let's see what it look like. Let's see what it look like. Let's see what this look like. Let's see what this look like. So I'm just going to hit my render right away and let's see what we come up. Okay, so you can see this, right? So you can see that we are having something here, but I think it's too dark, right? So this is too dark for us. This is way too dark for us. Okay, but it's fine. What we just need to do is let's just increase the color. That's sorry, the lightning, the intensity. Let's increase the intensity. I think that would give us an advantage. Okay, so I will go back and try to increase the intensity. All right, I'm going to try to increase my intensity. So let me see what we are going to get here. Let me see what we're going to get here. All right. So now what I'm going to do is just quickly I'll go back to my asset editor. I think we should pause this, but I would love us to be seeing it as we are actually working on it. Okay. So on my asset editor, I'm going to go to where I have my settings. All right. So under my settings, I'm going to open my camera. Okay. So this is where I do all the adjustments. All right. So this is where all the magic happens. Okay. So you can see that we have something very, very hard. Right. We have something very, very hard. Okay, we are having something very hot here. It's not the color that we actually want to use. It's quite very hot. It's quite very hot. It's quite very hot. What do we do? This is not the color that we plan on using, but it's not good at all. Um, okay. So I'm going to make some changes real quick. All right. So I'm just going to keep this running. From what I'm seeing over here, or we should just pause it. Okay, so let's pause it. We have this, and they are quite the same. And that is not the plan. Okay, let me just see round, and let me rotate it. I know some person might be saying, the color fighting is actually too much. It's not mature. Okay, it's not mature to the eyes. Okay, let's change this particular brown color to all ash. Okay, if we change it, we are going to get a very good result. And this one to a stucco color, kind of a blue stucco. Let's see. Let's quickly do that. Let's see. Okay, so we have ash here and we have stucco color here, but it's just looking like this is actually okay. That's this one, this to this, having this particular wood color on this. But I know it will come out well when we are having ash color because the windows, we are going to change the window mullions to black. Okay, so if we are having ash color and a blue, kind of a stucco blue at the top, it's going to come out perfectly well. All right, so let's do that. 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 So now let's quickly work on it. So now I'm going to come back here and then we have some work to do. Where I have my material, I'll go back into my chaos cosmos. Okay, so this material is not, oh, this is too poised. Okay, this material is not giving us what we want. Mm, okay, okay. Actually want a gray color. All right, I want a gray color. Okay, let's give this a try. Let me see what this particular one will look like. That's this one here. Okay, so you can search for something very cool. Okay, this is just us trying to achieve something. Let me see. Okay, let me use concrete gray. Okay, so this is concrete gray. So I'm going to have it here. I'm also going to have it here. I'm going to have it here. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, I just want to see the outcome to know if it's suitable for our description. Okay, let me see the outcome. All right, so from what I saw just now, I just felt like we can actually adjust all these colors. Okay, we can adjust any of them we want to adjust. All right, we can actually adjust them, but I'm going to teach you guys that later. So we have bricks. Okay, so for this top one, I'm going to be using this instead of this. Okay, so let's load this in and let me see what it look like. So wall paint, bumpy blue. That's not it. Wall paint simple. Okay, trying to increase this. Wall paint simple reflective. So I'm just going to look for it, and we're going to see try to adjust these colors because it's not giving what I actually want. So wall paint simple blue. Wall paint wall paint reflective. Sorry, supposed to be around there. Is it that we don't have it in? Okay, so this is it here. So I'm going to be using this here instead of what we had there before. Okay, so the color is going to just follow suit when we are doing our rendering. But let me just see what it look like if we have that there. So I'm going to be using concrete. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I think for this now we have this color. Let me use normal white paint for this. Okay. So I'm going to so they can all have their colors. All right. So we can use this white paint here. All right. So we'll work on the staircase later. Let's see. We have all these. Yeah. All right. So let's see what it's going to give us now. Let's see what it's going to give us. I think we should add a scene. So I will not be coming back to do all of this again. So I'm going to create a scene. Okay. So I'm just going to create a scene. Okay. So I'm just going to pan it a bit. All right. So let's just update the scene. No. Oh, okay. So now I'm going to update this. All right. So it's updated, and let's see what it look like now using render interactive. Okay. But it's still giving us the same result. Okay. Okay. This is now okay. Yeah. 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 So this is actually going to give us something cooler. All right, so now you can see this is what we are having now as a result. Okay, so it's not still giving us our hash color. So what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? So let's go to our settings. All right, so this is where we do some working. I want something like this is okay, yeah. Combination of this with the hash color is going to give us something cool. But I just want this particular one to be hash. Okay, that's sorry, gray color. All right, I want this particular one to give me a gray color. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to look for concrete and I'm going to adjust the concrete. Um, uh, I'm going to adjust the concrete. But first of all, I'm saying something here. This place should be bricks. Okay, let's use bricks. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my asset editor and then I'll go to where I'm having my materials. Under my materials, I'm going to look for concrete. So this is it here. So I'm going to expand this to give me what it look like. Okay, so this is my concrete. So the concrete is actually gray here, but why are we having this for a result? Okay, this is what we are having here. So this is what we are having here. I think we should do some little adjustment to this. Should I use only colors? Should I use only colors here? Okay, so let's see. I think we have some gray here. Okay, I think color O2. Let's see what color O2 is going to give us. If this is giving us white, um, to go, go, uh, okay, so I think let's try what we am saying now and let's see. I just want a gray color over here. Okay, so we are just going to render to see the results. Okay, so I'm using color O2. All right, in case you are doing what I'm doing. Okay, I'm just trying to work on this so I can get my color palette right. Okay, so that's the reason I'm working with this. All right, so let's do our arranging again. I'll just go back to my scene. Okay, so I'm just going to exit, then render interactive again. Okay, so so let's give this a try again. All right, so that's that. So from this, I think when we are doing our production rendering, let's see the color, because this color is actually looking like it's looking like gray, and it has dotted unfinished rendering. So let's see the final rendering before we conclude. Okay, so now I'll start working on something else. All right, I'll start working on something else, which is I'm going to be using a different kind of door here. Okay, I'm going to be using what, a different kind of door here, and also this over here was, I think place this here. All right, so underneath this place, let's use color O2. That's the color white. That's material 29. So I'm going to use material 29 for this. So for this and for this. Okay, so now let's do other further detailing. All right, so on this particular edge here, right, this edge, I'm going to be using something else, but I believe we understand what we have here already. We understand what we have here already. Let me see. Okay, so now before we do that, I'm going to do something first. uh, okay, so let's start from the grass area, this part. Let me go to Chaos Cosmos and let's see if we can have a grass material. Okay, so we'll use my ground material. You go online to see. Okay, so let's get this. So we are getting this material so we can use it for those parts that we're going to place our green area. Okay, so natural green area. Okay, that's green area, then planters. Okay, they are both natural, so green area and then planters. Okay, so now we are done downloading it, so I'm just going to export it. Okay, so I think it should be exported by now. Let's minimize and look for it. So this is grass over here, so I'm just going to minimize this and I'm going to place it here. Okay, I think we need to pull this out a bit. Okay, we need to pull this out a bit. Let's say to 20 mm. Okay, so same for this other hand. All right, so we are just going to pull that out a bit to 20 mm. Okay, okay, so I think that's okay. Another thing before we forget, let's do something here. I don't think okay, let me give it a try. Okay, so I'm going to load in the interlock. uh so it depends on which of them will suit that place. Let's use this for instance, that this is a pavement, you can get it. All right, so this is it here, so I'm going to use this here, and from what I'm seeing is this is too small. Okay, it's too small. All right, so that's fine. We can adjust that over here. So I'm going to do that here. Okay, so we are having for this we are having 3,000 by 3,000. Let me see what 5,000 by 5,000 will look like. Okay, so this okay, this is okay. All right, so that's that for the interlock. Now, I think this place we have to do something about it. Materials. I think we have color O2, right? So we're using color O2. So we have to locate color O2, and I'm going to place color O2 here. No, that's not it. Color O4, sorry. So I'm going to use color O4 there. All right, so we can have the concrete color. Yeah. Then color O4. So for this, we're also going to be having the concrete, but I need to check something so I don't miss it out. Okay, it's fine. This is actually still going to come out very well. All right, so I think okay. Okay, so now I'm going to place a pavement here that's just like a little slab to cover this place up. Okay, I think to cover this up, I think a black stone tiles is going to actually do that for us. Okay, so let's quickly draw the pavement. All right, let's draw the pavement. Um, so I'm just going to make a group of these, and then I'm going to start drawing the pavement. Okay, so I'm going to start from this point, from this point to this point. Okay, then from this point, I'm going to take it down to this point, and then I'm just going to erase this. All right, but let me see if we can also erase this, but it's going to affect a lot of stuff. All right, so we'll just pull this up a bit. Let's say let's make it I think 75 will be okay, or 50. That's normal tile thickness. All right, so just pull this out a bit by, let's say, 75. Okay, and this part also, we'll pull it out a bit by 75. Okay, all right, so it's looking like if it is thicker it will be more beautiful. I think, am I the only one saying this? Let's increase, let's see. I think let's make it, this already, let's make it let's add 50 to it. Right, yeah. So if it is thicker, it's more beautiful in a thicker way. That's format. So now this is my, I'm going to be using my bricks over here. Okay, so on this I would love us to use same concrete. All right, so I don't have too many stuff. Let's use concrete here. All right, okay, so that's that. I think we are done, so I'm just okay. Okay. So we also have some materials to still work on, but those material we actually this is my stucco. Sorry, For the glass materials, let's work on the glass materials. So I'll go back to my, I think it should be over here. All right. So now, what's the name of the glass that we are having there? It's translucent blue. This is it. Okay. So I think is what we are having here also. All right. So what we are having here also. This translucent blue, glass blue. So that's the name. So we have this is it. So I'm going to change this to a dark color. All right. So this is what I want there. Okay, and then that's that. So how do we confirm if what we did just now actually okay? So the best way we can confirm it is to render, right? So we are just going to do render interactive, and let's see. Okay. All right, so now let's change this. Let's see what's the name of this particular stuff here. That's it's called entity info. That's meta saver. So I'm going to look for meta saver and I'm going to change to black. Okay, so I'll locate where I'm having meta saver. So this is it here. So I'm going to be changing meta saver to something different. All right, I'm going to change to something different. Okay. Mhm. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Right, I'm going to look for a material to download. All right, I'm going to look for a material, but let me just see if we are going to see something dark. All right, so I don't think we are seeing that. So I'm going to look for a metallic gray seamless color to download. So let's search for Pinterest. Okay, so metallic gray texture. So I'm going to look for metallic gray texture and let me see the result I'm going to get. Okay. Okay, I think we use this. Let's use this. I think this is better. Okay, so um, let's not get confused. Searching more. All right, so there we go. So I can go back into SketchUp. All right, can go back into SketchUp, and then I'm going to use the material I just downloaded. So there we go. But it's looking like something is wrong. Okay, so I'm going to use that material. Let's test it and let's see if it's okay. If it's not okay, then we have to convert it. I just want a black aluminium over there. Okay, so I actually want a black aluminium over there. But it's looking like this one will be having lines, but no problem. Let's just see what it looks like. Okay, so to see it proper, we'll have to render and let's see. Okay, so where's my buffer? I think, okay, so let's quickly render and let's see. All right. Hmm, okay, this is not mature. Oh, wow. Wow, 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 wow. This is not mature. So I think we'll not be going with that. So the material, okay, I know what we are going to do. So you can see that our parapet is having the same material as this. Okay, we are still going to achieve that, but this time, let's do something. Is it zoom in? Uh, explode. So my parapet, you are having same material as. Uh, so my parapet is having same material as. Okay, I'm just going to change it back. Would have made it black again, but the mullion are very very tiny and might not be too visible. Okay, so let's just go back and retain it. All right, so we're just going to retain it. Where are you? So these are bitmap. Metal silver. Okay, so I'm just going to try to retain what I'm having before, but the thing is we don't have it here again. So I can look for a white paint. I think I still have some materials. All right, so let's just look for um so let's make use of this. Let's convert it back. Okay, so I think this is a white color. Just for us to convert it back to what it is. And let's leave it like that. Okay, so let's use this. Okay, so let's try to render again. The black is way too small, and it's going to cause, look at, okay, so you can see that it's even more it's even better. What we are having here is better like this. So I'm going to pause it and go back to my scene so I can see it properly. All right, so this is better. Yeah, so the white is actually better. Okay, so now it's time for us to start inserting. It's time for us to start inserting all vegetations. Okay, let's start inserting the vegetations and also try to insert like an environment that's a vegetation environment for this particular building. Okay, okay, so now we are just going to put this one aside first. Okay, so let's focus on the 3D view. All right, let's focus on the 3D view. What are we going to do here? It's quite very easy. We are going to populate our scene with vegetations. All right, we are going to populate our scenes with vegetations from Chaos Cosmos. Okay, I didn't forget, I said I'm going to change this door. All right, so we're going to do that right away, even as we place the vegetations. Okay, so now let me see. All right, okay, so now first of all, okay, let's change the door first. Just have a feeling we should do that first. Okay, so let's change this door first. First of all, I'm just going to zoom into this place, and I'm going to take this door out. All right, I'm going to take that door out, and for this space, okay, so let's load in another door from Chaos Cosmos. I think we have some few doors here. Let me just go to download. Okay, so let's use the doors from download. I'm going to be using a black door. All right, I'm going to be using a black door. Okay, a black door. Well, let's just this is a security door. Okay, let's go with this. So I'm going to be using this particular door, but I don't want any form of anomaly. Okay, so I'm just going to make sure I place it carefully. All right, so let's move this, picking this particular edge, and then I'm going to place it directly on this point. Yeah, so that's where I want to place it. So let me see what it look like over here. Okay, so you can see what it's looking like. That simply means that um we are having a 900 door. Okay, we are having a 900 door, but okay, let me just lift it up a bit and let me see if it still has more allowances. Okay, so we don't have any. So that simply means that we are having we are having 900. That's a door of 2.1 meters of height. So the door is having 2.1 meters of height and it's having a width of almost 1.5. Let's take a measurement. It's having a width of almost 1.5, right? Okay, 1.375. So what we're going to do is quite very easy. We are just going to open up this space. All right. We are going to open up this space because let me see how we can do this. Okay, that's fine. We're just going to open up this space by using a straight line. All right, so I'm just going to go to my front view. Wow. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to use my front view, and then in my front view, I'm going to use this particular part of it. All right, I'm just going to draw a line from this point to where I'm having is this line where I want it to be. So I'm going to draw a line from this point to this point. Okay, so going all the way down to this point, and then we are closing at this point, then going straight up. Okay, so now this place, I'm just going to take it out. All right, so I can see our door properly. I'm going to take it out, so I'm going to just try to clean up. Okay, I think it's not still accurate. It's not accurate, so I'm going to zoom in a bit and make something accurate from this. Okay, so I'll just make it accurate. All right, so I'm going to trim this out. All right, and trim this out and trim this out. So now we are having something accurate, right? We are having something accurate. But for some of us who want to go further with the accuracy, okay, we can drag this over here. Okay, yeah, perfect. We can drag this over here. Let me see what's inside there. Okay, we can drag this over here and then we just push it a bit forward. But let me see if it's possible to do that. Okay, not possible. So for us to do that, we have to make a group of this, and then we are going to pick this point. Because I've already started it, I will have to do it. Okay, so I can show you guys how to do what I wanted to do. All right, so here we are. I'm going to pick from this particular point and then take it all the way up to this point. Okay, so I'm just going to pull this and So now we are going to test run and let's see if the door is even in alignment. Okay, like the color that we're planning to see, if that's the color that we are having here. Okay, so I'll just make sure I'm connected, and then I'll go back into my rendering and let me see. All right, so I think we are getting something perfect out of this. So I'm just going to stop this immediately. I'm going to stop it, and then I'm going to try to change this other door over here. All right, so we don't have to stress ourselves. Okay, so go back in there. This time we are going to pick kind of this kind of door. All right, this kind of door is going to suit that place very, very well. This is quite, they are almost the same doors. Okay, let's go with this. But I don't want something way big. All right, that's the reason I'm going with that. Okay, so it's not too big, it's just what I wanted. So now I'm just going to place this at this point. So I'm going to click and then I'm going to move. All right, so I'm going to move, zoom in, move, move, perfect. All right, it's even way bigger than what we have there, but we're going to use same process. Okay, we're going to use same process just to use this, and then we're going to draw. Okay, just for us to open it up. Okay, so I'm just going to open this part up, open this up, all right, all the way down to this point. So I'm going to open this up, but let's see if it's even working the way we want. Okay, so I'm going to take that off, and then we are having this over here. Okay, I just think something we soon all right, so okay, so let's just cover this place up because I think of what we did, there's an error there. Okay, all right, so I'll go back into my material. My material, we are using this color over there, so I'm just going to paint. Oh, that's not it. Something is still wrong here. Let's erase this point. All right, so now we've gotten it. Okay, so here we have, we've placed that door. So let's go back to the scene and let's see what our rendering will look like. Okay, all right, so we have that door placed there, and we are good to go. All right, so now what we are going to do next is let's place our vegetations. Okay, let's place our vegetations, and then we can start placing our lightning. All right, so you can see it's just step by step. All right, it's just step by step. So now you can see what we are having here. I would love us to change something. I would love us to change something. This glass over here, I would love us to change the material of this glass. Okay, I would love us to change the material of this glass. So let's quickly do that. All right, so I'm just going to try my best to see how we can easily do this and everybody will get it. All right, so I'm just going to select the whole of these glasses, and then I'll try to explode it, because most times you can't even explode. So it's just to explode it and get what we want. That's the target. Okay, just to explode and get what we want. Sorry. Okay, so I'm just going to explode the whole of the glass, and then I'll be able to select the glasses inside. So this glass is inside. I'm going to use a different glass, okay, for the glasses. So I can select the glasses inside. Okay. All right. So let me go to entity info and let me see what we are having there. We are having paint. Okay. Let me see stucco, mirror, mirror before translucent glass view. Okay, I'm going to use mirror for that. All right. 11 entities, mirror. Okay. So now let me try to see what it look like now. But it's not a big deal though. All right. It still came out very, very well. Might as well just leave it. Okay. All right. So I think we have a little, not too notable change, but a little change. All right. So we can as well leave it, but it can be more than this. That is the point. Okay. So, mm, right now we are going to start placing. Let's just start placing the trees all around, like the vegetations. Okay. So I'll go back into my chaos cosmos. Not something too busy. Something a bit simple. All right. So I'll go back into my chaos cosmos. And then I have some trees already downloaded over here. So if you don't have yours, you can as well download yours. All right. So I'm just going to load in a few number of them. Okay. I'm just going to mix them. To give us that natural background, and that's why we are doing this. All right. So the aim of all of this is to achieve the natural background. So I'm just going to select all of them, and then I'm going to ensure that I can easily move, not rotate, undo. So I'm going to ensure that I can easily move them all around. So okay, so we have another there. So holding my control key. Okay, so we have another one here. We have another one here. Okay. So as long as you are clicking, you are seeing the plus sign. Just know that you are already copying it. Okay, so we have another one here. Okay, so I think this is actually okay. So we can test run and see how it look like. All right. So we can test run and see how it look like on the background before we actually do other stuff. So let's just do a test run. Uh, Yeah, because you can see that it's not too full, right? But we can actually make it a bit full, all right, than normal. We can make it a bit full than normal, all right? We can make it a bit full than normal. I think I will try to save this scene. This scene is actually giving me what I want. Okay, so I actually like this scene. So now, as you can see over here, you can see that it's not too full the way we want it. So I'm going to pause this and then I'm going to do more copy. So I'm going to update this scene. All right, so let's have something like this. So I'm going to do more copy. Um, okay, let's see if we can select quite a number of them. Okay, so this is selected. I'm going to just place them behind. All right, just behind. Okay, so I just want to increase the density of the trees. So that's the reason I'm doing all of this. All right, I just want to increase density of the trees. All right, I think we should test this one. Let me go to scene and let me see how it look like. Okay, all right, so let's give a test run to this. Let's just quickly do a test run and let's see the result from this. All right, so I'm just going to try to do the rendering again. Let me see. So you can see that behind, you can see this opening over here. I would love to fill them up. All right. How do we achieve this? I would love to fill them up. Okay. So this opening here, that's the target now. And the best way to fill this opening up is actually to look for smaller trees, all right, that can cover those gaps. Okay, is to look for what smaller trees that can cover those gaps. That's the best way to fill the opening. Look for smaller trees that can cover those gaps. All right, so now I'm just going to look for a kind of tree that I know that okay, this tree is going to do justice to this very very well. Okay, so now this is the kind of tree that we are going to be having here. All right, so this is the kind of tree we are going to be having here. So now I'm going to minimize this, and this in particular, okay, I think we should try placing more of this. All right, we should try placing more of this. Where is that tree? I think okay, this. So let's try placing more of this. Okay, so we can have more to copy. Okay, so the target is just to ensure that we have kind of a covering, and that sometimes you might think this is not important, but it gives you that natural form you are looking for actually. Okay, it gives you that natural form you are looking for. Well, we are even doing something wrong. So it gives you that natural form you are looking for. Okay, so now I'm just going to select the whole of this and then select them. Okay, and hold my control key to copy. Okay, I'm going to paste it and copy, but it might not be seen, but let's just create this addition. Copy. All right, so I'm going to select the whole of this. I'm going to select the whole of this, and then I'm also going to copy. All right, so I can copy a lot of them. So this time I think we are moving. So I'm going to copy a lot of them. All right, so put them here, and let's go to scene. Okay, let's go to scene and let's see if it has been balanced. Okay, so I'll go back and go back to my scene, and let me see if that place is covered. If it's not covered, okay, it's a bit balanced. It's a bit balanced. So let's try the rendering. All right, let's try the rendering again. That's let's just try it and let's see if we are getting what we want. All right, I don't want that place to be empty. That's just the target and nothing else. Okay, so that place not being empty is the target. All right, so I think it's no longer empty as before. Okay, it's no longer empty as before. So now I think we are good to go. We are good to go. So right now we are going to be doing our post rendering. All right, it's what we call post production. Okay, but this time we're not going to be using Photoshop. We can use Photoshop, but I think we've advanced so well, so we are going to be using AI for our post production. All right, we are going to be using what AI for the post. So as you can see over here, this is already quite balanced. This is quite balanced. So for our post production, we are going to be using our AI. All right, we're going to be using AI. So let's just quickly delve into the rebuilding and then put other elements. All right, so we'll put car and we'll put flower. That's a planter, and then some little flowers. Okay, so let's quickly do that. All right, so okay, we are going to be having that around here. All right, so let's go to Chaos Cosmos, and then I'm going to open up okay, so now I'm just going to go to my shrub and bushes. So under this part we have, depending on the one I want to use, it depends on the one I want to use. All right, depending on what I want to use. Most of the times, let me go to vegetation, that's vegetation generally, and let me see what is available there. Okay. You can see that from what I have here. Okay, let's put this one. All right. So we are going to insert this one over here. Then just by the side, and then another by the side, but just that let it not obstruct the window. Okay, so now after inserting this, we are going to insert this particular buzzers. Okay, just by this side. Okay, so that's it. So now the next one is we are going to insert this on those pavement that we created. Okay, we're going to insert this on the pavement. So we have one here. We have another one here. We have another one. Another one. Okay, let's leave that part. So rotate. We have one here. We have one here. And then we have another one, and we're going to leave it like that. Okay, so now as you can see over here, we don't want to make everything too busy. That's quite very important, so you should take note of that. You don't have to make your work too busy. Okay, so I'm going to load this in and I'm going to place it over here. All right, so I'll place it over at this corner. So I'm going to place it at this corner. Okay, so placing it there, we're also going to be having one here. All right, we're going to be having, but it's too big. I don't think this is a bit long. That's not too long, so you can have one there. Let's rotate. Okay, so we are going to let's move this a bit. Mm. All right, so now we are going to place lightning. Something is okay. So now we are going to place lightning. All right, we are going to place the lightning, but something is just wrong here. All right, so perfect. So we are going to place our lightning over here, but I just feel we should test this first. Let's just test run. All right, so let's test run and let's see if what we are having is actually okay. Okay, so I'm just going to do that quickly. So this is actually cool. Remember, I know I'm not using the scene, so if I adjust the scene, we're going to be having a better view. Okay, so all right, so now this is actually something good. All right, but there's something I'm seeing here that is actually going to give us error. Okay, there's something I'm seeing here, and what could that be? I'm going to minimize this, and then you see this over here. Okay, you see this over here. The plan for this is not for it to be a brick color. The plan for it is for it to be a white, like kind of a white painted. Okay, to look like a cover over that. So I'm just going to insert it. All right, so I can have it the way it was planned to be. Okay, so I think we have it now. So the view is going to be a bit better. All right, the view is going to be a bit better. So that's that. So now let's place our lightning. Okay, our lightning. So now I'm going to focus more on this particular view, particularly. All right, because this is the view I'm going to use to teach you guys, but you can actually rotate. Okay, or we should add a little scene. We should add more scenes to it. So I think let's go to scene and let me just do two of these views so that you guys can understand very well. So just click here to add scene. All right, so that gives us scene two. Okay, so I'm going to rotate this a bit just to tilt it a bit, zoom in, tilt a bit, and then we zoom out. Okay, and then drag. Okay, what's this over here? Let me delete that. So it's just to tilt a bit so I can have another view. I think this is actually cool. All right, we can use this for example. Okay, so let's just update this view to hit. All right, so I'm just going to update this. That's for the scene two. All right, so now back to scene one. Okay, so we are going to add the final part of the work, which is the lightning. All right, we are going to add what the final part of the work, which is the lightning. Then I'm also going to explain from the beginning on the light generation, because there's some things that you guys are going to get wrong when doing your light generation, of which some of you might have gotten it right, but some of you might also not get it right. Okay, so we are going to do the workings together. So now all right, so now we are going to start loading our lightning into this particular project. All right, okay, we're just going to load some few lightning. All right, so I'll go back into my chaos cosmos. Okay, so I'll go to where I have my lightning. Under lightning, let's see. Okay, I'm just going to load. Let me load in a wall light. All right, so I'm going to load in a wall light. For the wall light, I'm going to make it quite easy. Okay, so I'm going to make it quite easy. All right. So now I'm going to put the wall light here, and I'll put another one here. So we are going to place another light here. Okay, so that's after this. Let's place another light here. All right. So that's that basically. I think for these ceilings, we are just going to place light. But okay, let's see if we can place another light here. Or we can just leave it like this. All right. So um, for the ceiling, we can actually look for a way to place our ceiling light. All right. You can actually explore. You can do other stuff. Okay, you can do other stuff. But let's look for something. Okay, let me place this or this. Any of them will go, or even this. This can even go. But let's see it first. All right. So that's the major stuff. So I can place this one over here. And then for the upper part, okay, for the upper part, I'm going to go with this ceiling light. All right, for this upper part, okay. So I'm going to go with this, just one, and then two, one, okay, and then two. All right, so I'm just going to put the last set here, one, and then two, okay. So now that's that. So I'm just going to go back to my scene. All right, so scene one, okay. So now what I will do here is I'm done with this. I'm done with this already. All right. So with what we are having here right now, so I think we are good to go. All right. Let's place just one car. Okay, let's place just one car. Okay. I'm just going to go back into. I'll go to my vehicle, and then I'm just going to load maybe one of these cars in. All right. So we can place one of these cars over here. All right. So okay. So that's that. So now it's time for us to start test running. So for you, what I will advise is you start from your light gen. Okay, you are going to start from where your light gen first. All right, your light gen first. So from your light gen, you can start. You can uh, start progressing. All right. For this now, let's start from light gen, but let's see what our render interactive will look like first. Okay. So we are going to see what the render interactive is going to look like. All right, so this is what we are having right now. Okay, this is what we are having right now. This is what we are having right now. Okay, okay. This is what we are having right now. Okay. Um, this is actually cool, but you can still do more workings on it. All right, you can do more on it. You can do more on it. Okay, so let's quickly do our render production. I'm going to do something first before we do our render production. Okay, so I think we already have the okay, the light gen that we used earlier on before is still active here. All right, but if yours is not active, just generate your light gen, put it on, and then start working on it. All right, make sure you don't change the light gen to another option. You know, you have different variants. Choose one variant and work with it. Okay, if you are using one variant, make sure you don't change to another variant. If you change, you have to do a different setting from the beginning for that variant. Okay, so now I'm just going to do settings based on what the variant you are using right now. Okay, that's a light gen variant. I'm going to do setting on it. All right, so you can see our exposure is okay from what I'm seeing over here, and let's just do a little setting. So let's check our setting. We have to make sure that the quality is placed high. Then you have to make sure that your designer your denoiser is on, and that's cool. Then for camera, I think okay, for the denoiser you can either use your Vray or Nvidia AI. All right, let's use Vray. Okay, you might be asking why we're using Vray. Both of them will give you your Vray denoiser or your Nvidia denoiser is going to give you something cool. All right, so for the camera we are going to use an exposure of 11. Okay, an exposure of 11. And okay, which other setting that did we do? We have the save frame, save image, picture. All right, so I think we are good to go. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to ensure that our light mist is actually on. Okay, our light mist is actually on, not here, under layer. All right, so we have light mist, we have light texture, and I think that should be all. We have lightning, right? So we have lightning one. So I'm going to bring in light mist two, and then our light analysis three. Okay, so these are going to be our render elements. So when we are rendering, we are going to see it on the rendering interface. That's why I'm bringing them out. All right, so I think we are good to go now. So let's test run and let's see the result. Okay, so I'm just going to cancel this, and then I'm going to, okay, it's already finished. So I'm going to do render production right away. All right, so let's do render production and let's see the result we are going to get. Okay. So now you can see that we are done. Okay, so is still rendering. Okay, it's still rendering. All right, it's still rendering. But right now, I want to teach you guys something. Now you can see what we are having here. The importance of your light mist is what I want to show you guys, of which I've taught you guys before. Okay, so once you click this, you're going to have some details pop up. Okay, you're going to have some details pop up, so you can zoom in properly. It's still rendering. All right, it's still rendering. You can wait for the rendering to actually finish, so I can get a clearer picture of it. All right, so now you see all this over here. I have my dome light. I can easily increase my dome light. That's So now we've arrived our final result. Okay, we've arrived our final result. This is what we are having here. All right, this is what we are having here. So I'm just going to save it for post-production. All right, so I'll save this. Let me save it under download. All right, okay. So I can save it as well under download, and then I'm going to go with JPEG. Okay. So let's say we are going with, ensure that you are saving with JPEG. All right. So you don't have a kind of dark sky on your PNG. Okay. So now I'm just going to save it as a 3D view. Okay. 3D view sample one. All right. So I'm just going to save it like this. Okay. Saved. So the next on our list now will be scene 2. All right, so I'm just quickly, we are going to work on scene 2. All right, so we don't have much work to do here other than we just rendering scene 2. All right, we're just going to render scene 2. Okay, we are going to render scene 2. So all things being equal, let's just quickly do that. So I'll go back into my rendering interface and work on my scene 2. All right. All right, so I'm just going to click render. Okay, so we're going to click here to start rendering. All right, so here we are. All right, so here we are done rendering this particular drawing. We're not actually done, okay? But we can, let me do some major explanation here for all of us. All right, so now look at this. You see this light mist over here. You can quickly come over here and put it on. You can put it off. Okay. All right, so we have this here. Sometimes you might not see it over here, so you can just click it to open. And then, first of all, you can decrease or increase the dome light. All right, so any of them you want to do. All right, and also you can adjust all your light setting in this particular place that I explained earlier before. So right now I'm going to reduce the dome light to 0.5. Okay, let me see the result. This is not appealing. Okay, but it's way too bright. Let me do 0.7. Okay. So while for the pendant light, I'm going to reduce to 10. Okay. So any further adjustment, we're going to do that. We're going to do that in post production. All right. So perfectly, I think this is okay for now. This is just the second view of our drawing. All right. This is just the second view of our drawing. You can do something bigger, something more beautiful. All right. This is just for the sake of this particular lecture. Okay, so I think that's that. We are going to save this particular one, and we are going to use it also while we are doing our post production using our AI. Okay, so that's perfect. I think we are done with rendering of this particular duplex. Okay, so you can take more views and render more views. All right, so let's quickly save this one also. Okay, I'm going to change to PNG. Sorry, and then I'm just going to save it as 2. All right, so I'm going to save this as 2. Okay, so let's head on to post production. All right, so we are going to do post production on this particular 2 views that we have over here. All right, so good. All right, so greetings everyone and welcome to today's class. In today's class, we are going to be talking about how to do your sketch to render and also your post-production of your rendered 3D view using artificial intelligence. Okay, so this is quite a very good topic. It's going to enhance your productivity because you don't need a very strong engine to render a quick rendering. All right. So I just want you guys to pay very good attention, even as we actually dissolve this and make sure everyone understands it. Okay. So now we are going to be dealing with two different AI softwares. All right. The last one is the best one. Okay. The last one is the best one. Two different AI software. All right. Two different AI software. So first we are going to be using three. All right. One for prompt and the others for our rendering of sketch and post-production of our rendering. Okay. So now let's really delve into it. First of all, I would go to the number one. We are having ChatGPT to generate the prompts that we are going to be using. So I'll come to my chatty. Okay. So now here we are. I'm going to ask ChatGPT to give me the prompt that I need. All right, that's the first thing I'm going to do. What is the goal? The goal is to render my sketch using AI. So I'll tell Chatty, I want to render my let me use building elevation. Building elevation using AI. Okay. I want to render my building elevation using AI. All right. So the next thing will be give me a professional prompt that will give me a realistic rendering. Let's use 4K rendering. Realistic 4K rendering, just like that of, let's give them example, Lumion. Okay, so let me use Lumion 12.5. All right, so this is going to be what I will tell AI. So at AI, the ChatGPT can give us a prompt that is going to help us generate this. So we are dealing with the sketch first, right? My building elevation using, I want to render my building elevation sketch. Okay, that's very important. We're dealing with the sketch first. Okay, so we'll just click and then we'll wait for our prompt. All right. So you can see these are our prompts here, right? Ultra realistic architectural visualization of a modern building based on style inspired by the 2.5. Photorealistic rendering, 4K resolution, materials, high quality concrete texture, glass reflection, aluminium frame, environment. So you can see that everything is actually here. So we are just going to insert this and let's see what our result will look like. Okay, that's the goal. But there's something I'm seeing here that I don't want to see. It is quite long. All right, so we are going to go through it and do our editing. But there's something I would love to edit here. All right, which is this particular one. But let's copy it. Okay, let's copy it. Copy. Okay, now the first rendering software AI that we are going to be exploring will be our Gemini 3. Okay, owned by Google. They are both owned by Google. Okay, Gemini 3. So I'm going to open. All right, just go to your Google. Gemini 3. Enter. Okay. Google AI Studio, right? So they are all free, all right? You can see Gemini everywhere, all right? They are all free. You don't have to do so much, okay? They're actually all free, but there's something, let's try this first. If it doesn't work, we look for that Gemini that's hosted by on that website. This is a model. Gemini is a model, okay? So we look for another place where we can have it posted. So now I'm just going to go to where you're having the file that you want to work on. So I have my screenshots. Let me work on this. All right, open and start creating knowledge. By using to confirm that you have necessary rights. Okay, so now remember we copied that stuff, so you place it here, and then wide angle lens 24. Okay, sharp detail. So for this one, I'm just going to take everything here off. Okay, so I don't have that, and then let's see what Gemini is going to give us. So now we are going to wait for our results. But if this doesn't work, we can try another website that is actually hosting in Gemini. Okay, look like you have written fantastic. Okay, I think this is not going to work here. All right. Okay, so what I will do is I'm going to go back. All right, I'm going to go back. Let me use this. Okay, so this one is supposed to give us what we want. Perfect. So I think from our prompt we have to still do a little editing. Let me see. Create. Let me put create so it will look like an instruction. All right, create. Okay, and ultra realistic rendering or building based on the provided elevation sketch above. All right, so you know that this particular this AI is actually garbage in, garbage out. What you give them is what they will give you, so you have to ensure that your prompts are okay. You have to ensure that your prompts are okay. So let's go through it. Create an ultra realistic architectural visualization of a modern building based on provided elevation sketch above, transformed into a fully detailed 3D render. Okay, styled inspired by Lumiere. Okay, we have materials, stone cladding. Okay, environment, landscape surrounding with. Okay, we have lightning. Okay, we have camera, and we have detail. All right, so let's do this and let's see what we are going to get from Gemini. No, welcome to Gemini. Okay, so it's creating our image. So we are going to wait for it to create the image and then we'll see the result. All right. All right, so as you can see over here, this is the result that we got after it processed from this sketch to this render over here. But okay, we can leave the environment behind, but there's something I would love us to try. Okay, something I would love us to try. All right, so now um, apply. Let's just try this and see, because Gemini has a limitation, but let's give it a try because we're working on just one of the model now, right? That's Gemini. Okay, so apply different paint colors on the walls to make the rendering look more realistic. Okay, so this is what I will do, and I will click go. All right, kindly know that most times it's actually free. I think they give everyday credit, so you can maximize it. But let's see if what we get will be better this time from Gemini. All right, so now this is what we got when we apply the second prompt. So we can go with this. All right, so this that for that's that for your Gemini. All right, so I'll be using this same prompt. So let's just copy it. Okay, so the next one we're going to look at, we'll look at the nano banana. Remember, we are dealing with two different models. We are checking, we are exploring. Okay, so you know the one to go with for sketch. All right, you also know the one to go with when you're dealing with your photo post-production. All right, the first place we are working on now is to render our sketch, right, using both Gemini 3 and also your nano banana. Okay, the second phase will be to do our post-production using Gemini 3 and also your nano banana. Let's see which of them is going to give us the best results. So you're going to be the judge. Okay, you can judge that on the comment section because you're going to be the judge. Okay, all right, so you can choose the one that best work for you. All right, so now we are going to quickly head on to nano banana. So they are all free. Okay, nano banana AI, I usually go with Orient, okay, because it make everything easy for me. Easy here, Orient AI. But you can pick this nano banana over here, but I would love to go with this. If this doesn't work, then we'll look for another website that hosts the nano banana model. All right, so here we are. I'm just going to click this and bring in my sketch again, and let's see. Nano banana is usually faster than normal. Okay, so it's quite faster than your Gemini. That's my own experience, but I don't know if there are changes now. All right, so we're just going to click OK, but this time create an ultra realistic. All right, so let's go. So for those who don't know how to go about nano banana, you can come over here and you will check in. Okay, just check in. Every day they give you 60 credits to work with, and per rendering you can spend around 40 credits. So you have to make sure that if you have to be using it for free, you can just be using a style of checking in every day and you are making a lot of credits. Okay, so that's by the way. All right, so now I'm going to, okay, let's click go. All right, so we are going to wait for it. All right, so nano banana give us a quite more quality, but you see these rocks behind, we have to remove it. So let's try to apply some prompts to remove it, and also let's apply varieties of colors on the wall, the same way we did for the Gemini model. So now I'm going to click apply different colors on the walls to make the building more realistic and appealing to the eyes. Okay, so I'm more appealing, more realistic and appealing. Okay, so now and let's just insert this and let's see. Okay, and remove the background, remove the rocks on the background. Okay, and place the building in a city like, okay, let's make a city, and let the building be surrounded by other buildings to make it come alive and more realistic. Well, let's see if this will work. Okay, more realistic. So let's give this a try. All right, there's no harm in trying. So let's see if it give us what we want. All right, so now you can see that this is what we are getting, and anything you insert, right, you are going to get the result. Okay, depending on the credit you have. Right, anything you insert, you are going to get the result. Well, let's try something more. Right, I'm actually doing too much now. Okay, but it's helped us convert from sketch to render. But most times, okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Um, let's change the color. Apply a dark gray. But that dark gray will not be fine. Or should leave it like this. But I'm just trying to say that you can give it different prompt to get what you want. All right, you can give it different prompt to get what you want. Okay, so that's that. So now you can compare the quality, but this one has more quality than what you are having in Gemini. That's from my own experience. Okay, this has more quality. This has more quality. All right, this has more quality. Let's try something. Apply tiles. Apply brick material. Okay, material on the columns. So let's see what is going to do. Apply dark brick material on the columns. So let's see what will happen. Okay. All right. So now this is what we are having. Okay. So all I'm saying is through prompt, you can actually edit a lot of stuff. But one thing about sketch to render is that you are quite limited in a way, but not too limited. Okay, you can apply prompt to change anything you want to change. The brown color, just apply prompt and you're going to change it. Okay, all right. I think that should be all for our sketch to render. Okay, that should be all for our sketch to render. Lastly, let's do one last thing. Change the brown, apply white paint. White paint. So don't spend all our credit on this. Apply white paint. Apply white paint where we have the brown paint. Okay, so through editing like this, you can get something good and also make the parapet. Also, let's try this. I pray it doesn't bring deformity, and also make the concrete fascia white. I also make the concrete fascia. Okay, let's and also paint the concrete fascia with white paint. Okay, so let's do this and let's see the results. All right, so you can see this is what we are having. You can compare them. These are transitions. You can apply more prompts. All right, but there's something I'm seeing here. Let's give it a try also. Okay, put on the artificial light and let it not be too bright. Okay, put on the artificial lights. Okay, so you put this and let's see the result. But I pray it doesn't let it not alter the color we are having now, because this is cool. So I'm just going to click and let's see. So you can see our transition, right? From this to this to this. Okay, let's see the last one. All right, so you can see, perfect. Okay, so these are you go ahead to correct, work on, up until you get the result you want. All right, up until what you get the result you want. So I'm going to apply a prompt again. Please don't mind me. All right, this is actually cool, but I pray this prompt doesn't change everything. But just watch. Okay, make the roof a total dark color, and let's swatch that color and use a roof. Let's just change that color. Let's insert that. Make the roof that color and let's insert that. Okay, I had a lot of credit saved before. That's why I need to do this. All right, so you have to, if you are practicing with it, you can just, if you are going with the free, you can actually make sure your credits are actually kept. Okay, so let's see the results. What is the result? All right, so I think this is a dark color already. All right, so I think we are good to go, right? So now that is that for Nano Banana. So now you might be asking some questions, but sir, you did not do the same prompting for Gemini. Yeah, I did not. Okay, I just want to show you guys this. Okay, so by and by, both are actually okay, but you can apply the same prompt sequence of prompts for Gemini to get you to this point. All right, but based on quality, I will always choose Nano Banana. That's my choice, and no apology. Okay, so now the next one we are going to be talking about will be we'll be doing our post-production. All right, we'll be doing what? Our post-production. So I'm just going to exit this so I don't have any interruption. Right, if we have added more prompts, we would have gotten something better. So you can do the same over here. Okay, let the video not be too long. So I'm going to exit both of them for now. All right, and then in my chatty, hello chatty, right? I have a rendered, I have a rendered I have a rendered 3D view of my architectural design, and I want to make it more realistic and appealing to the eyes. Give me a prompt. Give me a prompt that will help me achieve the above, and also help do the post production. This is garbage in, garbage out, so that's why I'm just being careful. All right, okay, so this is why I enhance this. All right, so I'm going to copy this, but let me see. Okay, so let's copy this. One thing you guys also need to know is that even Chatty can actually do post-production. All right. So that's, by the way, though, Chatty can also do something. Okay, Chatty can do something, but let's not use Chatty. This is just by the way, so that you guys, we can cover all that stuff. Okay, so we go back to Nano. Let's start from Gemini again. Gemini 3, and locate double Gemini. All right, so we are back here for post-production. So now I'm going to bring in the image I want to do post-production on. All right, so I'm going to pick this one, first one. Okay, so I'm just going to paste. Remember we copied it before, right? So I'm going to take off this. Okay, and enhance this. Okay, perfect. So now we're just going to click go, and let's see what Gemini is going to produce for us, because everything is already intact here. All right, the color, everything. Okay, so let's see the results. All right, so here we are. You can see it over here. These are our final results, right? I think this prompt is actually cool because this result is actually so nice, right? All right, hope I'm not the one just judging it. Okay, it's nice. This prompt is actually cool. Okay, so you can generate this prompt the way I did just now, right, and get the same result. So that's that. It's as easy as that. You cannot compare this to this, right? You can't, right? I believe we should confirm that already. You cannot compare what we are having over here in the first image. This was rendered using Vray. Okay, you can't compare this to this. Okay, all right. So we are just using a style, a Lumion 12.5 style, all right, as a reference point, so that the AI can stretch itself very well to get that result. Okay, so now let's head on to Nano Banana, and for those saying I have a partial side to Nano, I accept. Okay, but I think Nano will do better. All right, from experience, but let me not hype Nano too much. So I'm going to paste the same thing over here. So I'm going to paste the same thing over here and the same prompt. Okay, deleting where is this last one, because it's going to give us a landscape format. I don't want it. Just keep what I have. Okay, so go. Oh, we are having 290 credits left. All right, so this is what Nano Banana is giving us. Okay, so this is what it's giving us. This is actually cool, but quickly we have one more to go. All right, so let's just insert the other one, this one over here quickly, and let's apply the same prompt to it, and let's see the result. All right, we're also going to do the same for Gemini. Okay, all right, so let's go do that on Gemini first. Okay, just following our sequence. So Gemini, so we just have 2 of these. I would love to get the result. Okay, so this one is loading. Go back to this one. Control V, delete this. All right, so just keep the 2 of them going. Okay, so I think from this, at this point, I'm going to say Gemini 1. All right, so for the photo realistic rendering, Gemini 1. Okay, that's sorry for the this is not me comparing both of them, right? I just show you both ways to achieve both things, so you can go with any of them that you want. Okay, but from this, I can say that that's for my post production. I prefer Gemini. Okay, you can see both of them; they are okay. But for this, my post production is not okay. But for sketch rendering, Nano Banana is okay. All right, that's from my own judgment. Okay, if we apply more prompts, you see that we are going to get almost the same result. So the difference between both views is just our prompt. So you apply prompt to get what you want. All right, that's the end of it. Okay, so I think that's all. So people might be asking, how do you save it? It's very easy. Okay, just click save image as. All right, save it into your PC anywhere you want to save it. Okay, and also at this point you can just click here because this is the latest one. Go to your Gemini, click download image. All right, the same thing over here. Click download image. I think I will go with Gemini. Right, this is actually cool. All right, so that's all. That's all. So if this has helped you thus far, please don't forget to subscribe, like, share, comment, because AI is taking over indeed, right? So this is going to help us on the long run, all right, even as we understand better. Okay.